includes the development of service delivery models for a centralized booking system for accessible taxis, the development of a financial model to support both the accessible taxi industry and user subsidies to improve accessibility services. We'll also be conducting a cost-benefit analysis of mandatory driver training for all drivers and the implementation of enhanced safety measures in vehicles. Finally, the vehicle for hire bylaw amendments required to support each of these priorities will be advanced. This concludes our presentation today. Administration recommends that the Vehicle for Hire Annual Report 2021 Program Update be received for information. Thank you, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. And at this time, would administration want to then move to the next presentation, or do we want to take a couple of questions now on admin's presentation prior to?
We do have public speakers, so we will need to move to the other presentation on 6.2, and then after that presentation, move to speakers.
All right, please proceed then. And welcome to Mayor Sohi, who has joined us as well. As we're queuing up the presentation, I told the committee that you were reading an adorable children's book about zoning out in the plenary, so everybody thought that was a most excusable absence.
Thank you for your understanding. I really appreciate that. And I had fun.
Yes,
That's
good.
It's always nice to interact with kids.
I'll look to the clerk then. Are we almost ready to proceed? Do we have the speakers queued up?
We have these speakers, sorry, I believe I see them online, so I believe Angelica can go ahead whenever she's ready, or kick it off to whoever she needs to.
All right, over to you. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. So I need to see the first slide in order to know kind of where we are in the presentation. My apologies. Can you just click to the next slide? And the next slide. My name is Angelica Matson, and I am the chair of the Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton, so the Women's Advisory Committee to City Council. While we are encouraged to see that many of the elements in the report prepared by administration align to our concerns that we've raised, our experience in seeing substantial action has left us to doubt if there is indeed a meaningful commitment to engagement from administration. While we understand that further research and development is required, WAVE would like to see some tangible actions which prioritize the equity and safety of users. We chose to take the unprecedented step of reaching out to the other advisory committees, Youth Council, the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, and the Accessibility Advisory Committee. All have expressed support for what we are bringing forward to you today. Never before have all of the advisory committees come together on one issue. We spent a lot of time with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and as we were connecting, it was interesting to see that we had similar shared experiences with regards to the feedback and the lack of progress that we've observed. I'll pass it over to Tanya next.
Hello, can you hear me? Good, you can hear me and see me. Thank you for having us here today. Just give me one moment here. Sorry, I'm just trying to get everything organized. My apologies. Okay, I'm so sorry, everyone. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Tanya Lerviere. I am the current chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and it's been my honor to serve on this committee for 3 years. Other members of AAC weren't able to join me as part of this joint delegation. However, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of past and current members to this item over the last 9 years. I am heartened for the support of our accessibility community. I want to thank them for being here today to speak with us. In addition to our letter of support and recommendations, we have provided some letters from the community organizations as supporting material. Ensuring individuals with disabilities have equitable access to transportation has been an ongoing concern. In the past, we have consulted with DATS, ETS, Vehicle for Hire, industry, and academics on a variety of topics related to accessible transportation. The AAC first suggested improving accessible taxi service 9 years ago, in 2013, specifically as a result to alleviate the heavy demand on DATS. This concern was raised again in 2016, 2018, and 2020 with Vehicle for Hire. In 2019, the AAC conducted a jurisdictional scan and presented a report to Council, Accessible Taxi Report CR 7224. Our key recommendations at that time are the same recommendations stated in the Pivotal Research Needs Assessment Study recently commissioned by the city. Next slide, please. 1.5 million Edmontonians and 7 million visitors that visit our city annually have diverse needs. As we reference accessibility, we are referring to a spectrum of disabilities. While it is common to default to wheelchair access, riders may have other physical disabilities. Be deaf or hard of hearing, blind or low vision, have developmental, emotional, or invisible disabilities. It is essential to consider Vehicle for Hire accessibility beyond wheelchair access. Our guests are here today representing communities that are not being considered in our current service model. So we are here again today, united as committees and community, to amplify the recommendations reported by our respective committees and administration, of which we have been calling for in the past. We are here again today to emphasize the critical need for enhancements to be made to the current operating system, of which we would like to see prioritized, expedited, and resulting in concrete actions. We would appreciate the opportunity to speak to what we see, what we would like to see prioritized, and the feedback to the 2023 work plan during the question period. Next slide, please.
Does that conclude your presentation?
No, I'm sorry. Just we will now hear from our members of our respective communities, as well as members of the public, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have during our round of questions. Angelica will introduce speakers from our delegation from the perspective of WAVE. Thank you.
Perfect. Can I get over to the next slide, please? So I'm happy to have as part of our delegation the following people to speak from the perspective of safety and equity through a gender lens. I'll let them introduce themselves, and as they finish, they will pass on to the next speaker. After Fumi speaks, we'll turn it back over to Tanya to introduce speakers from the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm going to speak first as I have a story to share from a community member that wanted to let you know what happened to her, but was too scared to come speak to council today. First off, I'd like to thank the Vehicle for Hire team for presenting their report. I know that you do have a difficult job balancing the needs of different stakeholders. I would also like to thank you councillors in attendance for taking the time to hear what WAVE and the Accessibility Advisory Committee have to say. Council looks very different than the last time I was here, and I'm heartened to see how many councillors that aren't on this committee are also in attendance. And thanks to administration for their support in helping the advisory committees prepare for this meeting. Okay, now I'll dive right into it. I'm going to start with a line from our letter, which was attached to this agenda item. I'd love to give you statistics on how often sexual violence, harassment, and disability discrimination are happening in vehicles for hire here in Edmonton, but no such data exists. What I do have is data from other communities who are also grappling with the same issues. I want to establish a baseline understanding of what's happening here in Edmonton and in many cities across North America and around the world. Approximately 1/3 of women aged 15 or older have been or will be victims of a sexual assault. However, only 6% of sexual assaults are reported to police. I'm sharing these general statistics with you to give you a sense of how often sexual violence and harassment occur in our community and why we may not hear about it every time it happens. Women encounter sexual harassment and violence everywhere, and unfortunately, vehicles for hire are no exception. Right now, Edmontonians often only report to the private cab companies, and as Wave has heard from our community, these complaints are sometimes not followed up on. Uber US has taken awesome steps towards addressing sexual violence in their vehicles for hire. One of their practices is to release the number of reports they get about sexual assault. Keeping in mind that only 6% of sexual assaults are reported, like I said earlier, nearly 6,000 sexual assaults were reported to Uber between 2017 and 2018. Over 450 of these were reported rapes. Interestingly enough, half of the victims were riders and the other half were drivers themselves. Safety measures like those we asked for in the letter would protect both drivers and passengers. One example of such a safety measure would be security cameras. So now I'll get to why we're here today. Wave members have been sharing their stories with council and administration since 2017-2018. Each time we come to tell our stories of the negative experiences we have had in vehicles for hire, it takes time and work, and depending on the nature of the stories, an emotional toll as well. We have to field difficult questions, like one a Wave member was asked last time we presented to council on this issue in 2019, which was, has anything actually happened to you in vehicles for hire, or are you just worried that something's going to happen? Dealing with questions like that takes a toll. So if we come across exasperated, you know why. Regardless, we shared our stories, and the City of Edmonton has been aware of the safety issues that women and people with disabilities face in vehicles for hire here in Edmonton for over 4 years. And yet we've seen very little substantial action taken to protect these marginalized Edmontonians. I won't go into all of the details of the timeline of our interactions with Vehicle for Hire administration since 2017. Sorry, I'm just getting some feedback, so I'll just mute my speakers. But you can read that for yourselves in the letter. What I will summarize is that we've been repeatedly asked to perform the emotional labor of sharing our stories and perspectives over and over and have yet to see any significant change. The question before you today is not whether or not to protect women and people with disabilities from harm. I feel like every person in attendance at this meeting and every person watching at home wants Edmontonians to feel safe. That's something we can all agree on. The question you must answer today is how urgently you should address safety issues, knowing that statistically in the 4 years since Wave brought this to City Council and administration's attention, incidents of violence and harassment have happened that possibly could have been prevented if there had been enough urgency and political will. I was advised to avoid sharing stories of safety incidents that women in Edmonton have shared with us. However, I see no difference between me as a community leader sharing stories from my community or a community league president sharing stories from theirs. I would like you to listen to one of the stories that we've heard from a victim that, like I said, was too scared to come and share it herself. As you're listening to this story, I would like to ask everyone in attendance and everyone who is listening on a live stream at home to think about a woman in their life going through this. It could be your mother, your sister, your daughter, or your best friend. I've changed the person's name to protect her anonymity. Annabelle had just gotten off of a long shift at work, and rather than spending the hour and a half that it took to take the bus home, and given that it was getting dark, she opted to take a cab. Annabelle climbed into the cab and told the cab driver the address of where she lived. Very typical. Throughout the ride, Annabelle began to get an uneasy feeling because of the questions the cab driver was asking her. Questions like whether or not she had a boyfriend and whether or not she lived alone. The cab driver also started flirting with her. Annabelle politely declined and tried to let the cab driver know that she was not interested. However, the cab driver persisted. As the ride continued, Annabelle's heart rate started to quicken, her palms went clammy, and she started assessing how to get out of the cab as quickly as possible. The cab driver pulled up to her apartment building and asked her for her personal phone number so he could call her for a date. Keep in mind that the cab driver only did this once he was outside of where she lived. At this point, she heard the passenger, once again, she declined. And then at this point, she heard the passenger locks in the cab engage. The cab driver had locked her in the cab and demanded that she give him her personal cell phone number, and then he would let her out. Terrified that this may escalate to physical violence, Annabelle eventually conceded, shared her number with the driver, and gave him a hefty tip in the hopes that it would appease him. She quickly made her way to her apartment building door, looking over her shoulder and trying to catch her breath, hoping that this would be her last interaction with the cab driver. Unfortunately, over the coming weeks, the cab driver repeatedly called her cell phone, harassing her to go on a date with him as often as 10 times a day. Annabelle also started to notice that the cab would be waiting outside of her apartment or circling her apartment when she was home. She no longer felt safe and was terrified of what he might do. However, like many victims of sexual harassment and sexual violence, she was too afraid to report this incident to the police because it was he said, she said. Eventually, she moved apartments, blocked his number, and never heard from him again. A few years later, after she had processed the incident and once again felt safe taking vehicles for hire here in Edmonton, she called the cab company in question to book a ride and was told that she could no longer book with the company because the cab driver had said that she hadn't paid her fare. I want to make clear that this isn't an isolated incident. Unfortunately, women around the world are subject to this kind of harassment and violence. This has even spurred the creation of women-only cab companies to ensure that women can feel safe. I also want to emphasize that while we believe that the majority of cab drivers here in Edmonton are really good people, providing a very important service for Edmontonians, we don't want a few bad apples to spoil the bunch, and we feel like safety measures would address this issue. In fact, given that drivers are often the victims of violence and harassment themselves, safety measures like the ones presented in our letter might help protect them too. We also heard from many women in our community that if they knew that there were safety measures in place, they would take vehicles for hire more often, which would increase ridership. We want to make sure that the cost of implementing any safety measures we have proposed are not passed on to drivers who have already been through enough during the pandemic. We propose using the Uber Slush Fund or the $11 million divested from the Edmonton Police and set aside for community safety initiatives. Lastly, I want to thank you all for taking the time to let me tell you the experiences of women that we've been hearing in our community. It's up to you, councillors on this committee, to decide how urgently the safety of women and people with disabilities in Edmonton needs to be addressed. I don't want to repeat this cycle and have to show up again here in 4 years and say the same things without any safety measures put in place. We are asking you to ensure that these safety measures are implemented with urgency. And I would suggest that given that this week is International Women's Day, your support of immediate safety measures to protect women is a direct action that you can take and share with your constituents to show that you support an Edmonton that is safe and inclusive for everyone. Thanks for your time, and I'll pass it over to Mary Jane James from the Sexual Assault Center of Edmonton. Mary Jane, are you here? Okay, and maybe in that case, we'll move on to our next speaker. Can you switch the slide? Thanks. So I'll pass it over to Dawn Cody, a member of WAVE, and she's presented to City Council on this before.
Hello, my name is Dawn Cody, and I'm on WAVE obviously, and I have been here to speak before of this issue. But I wanted to come speak to this new council with a hopeful optimism. To say that I'm personally exhausted from sharing my story about vehicle for hires with council and in private meetings with the vehicle for hire stakeholders is exhausting. It's labor intensive and very disappointing that no one has heard a single thing that the countless marginalized voices have to say on this issue is literally atrocious. But I'm here. Accessibility and equity needs to be a priority in vehicle for hire, just simply from a safety standpoint. Too many times have I been stranded in the evening after calling a taxi until closing at restaurants, my university campus, wave meetings or events, even to get groceries, all because taxi companies don't have enough accessible vehicles on the road. We're disabled, we're not werewolves. Lots of us go out during the evenings, and DATS isn't able to accompany, they're not able to always be there or have a trip available. So it forces people to use who use mobility aids to be sitting outside of institutions or businesses in the cold after closing, waiting for taxis that sometimes never come. And the city is the one who issues these accessible licenses for the taxi companies. So why isn't there more on the road? Furthermore, when you are, by some stroke of luck, able to get an accessible taxi, there are issues with the safety still, as some drivers will not secure you down in 2022 or properly seatbelt you in. I've taken cabs mostly any trip that DATS cannot accommodate for in the past 4 years, and that's a lot. And my power wheelchair has only been tied down maybe 65% of that time, unless I firmly demand it is. Then I see these same drivers who do not do the tie downs correctly or seatbelts correctly doing contracts with DATS. And that's frightening because a lot of the time DATS clients are not, nonverbal and can't, speak up for themselves. I obviously don't need to tell you that strapping down a mobility aid is mandatory in a vehicle. It would be like not using a seatbelt otherwise, right? So when and where does safety factor into this? Is there some sort of training that is implemented? And if so, when and where does that happen? I want to know because especially it's happening in 2022. So especially because they received their licenses from the city of Edmonton, and clearly that's a gap in training that needs to be addressed. Now the next thing I'm here to speak on is safety regarding being a female or a femme presenting non-binary Métis person. I was 8 years old the first time I was sexually harassed in a taxi, but it wasn't the last. I was diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor after many surgeries that left me paralyzed on my right side. I was put into rigorous physiotherapy. My mom was a single mother and had to work, so I remember the hospital setting up an account with Co-op Taxi to take me from school to the hospital for my appointments. I was walking at the time. I don't now so much, but I was a tall and a big child, so I used to sit in the front. And it was just getting to summer, so it was May, and I was wearing shorts. And the driver started to run his hand up and down my leg and make suggestive and lewd comments to me. I didn't know how to react. I didn't even know what he was doing. And as soon as I reached the hospital, I bailed out of the taxi and into the hospital. I didn't tell anyone because I was afraid I would get in trouble. When I told that story at council in 2019, one of the counselors, who is not here anymore, asked me point blank if that story was true or if I was making it up, or has anything ever happened like that, or are you worried it will happen point blank? And that's all you really need to know about the pervasively persistentness of how much men are believed over women or any other genders. This needs to be addressed within the city because you are the ones who give the licenses, and the city are the ones that ultimately are responsible for the taxis, especially when the city is now making contracts with vehicles for hire. I have questions about the safety of women and other marginalized folks in vehicles for hires, especially if their identities intersect like mine do. It's particularly scary for those who can't escape. Children like I was, people who get locked in, people who use mobility aids, who sit in their mobility aids, seniors who, might not have full cognitive abilities, disabled people who might not have full cognitive abilities. Um, According to Statistics Canada, women with disabilities were twice as likely as those without a disability to be victim of a violent crime, and they were also twice as likely to be sexually assaulted than women without a disability. Those results are staggering, and it gets worse. People with disabilities make up 13.7% of the population, and out of the 13.7%, 39.9% have self-reported violent crimes, including sexual assault, robbery, or physical assault. To say nothing of those who do not report due to being silenced or lack of belief that the judicial system will do nothing, which is a common theme amongst Indigenous women, as we have been hurt by the judicial system time and time again. We all know that people with intersecting marginalizations are at risk, and if we don't do all we can to keep them safe, then what kind of city do we live in? Thank you for your time.
Awesome. So we'll advance to the next slide. I believe Nadia is up next.
Hi, everyone. I am Nadia Buslama. I'm also a member of the WAVE Committee of Edmonton. I want to take a moment to thank you all for joining us in this conversation today. We are all here with a common goal, and that is the safety of our citizens and how we can make Edmonton a safer place for everyone. The topic of vehicle for hire safety has been one we've been having for a few years, and some of you already know the advocacy work being done to ensure the safety of the people using these services. We're here to share with you how people of Edmonton have felt while using these services and bring to light conversations we've had with people who have shared their experience with WAVE. It is pretty disappointing to say that the majority of people I've spoken to have some sort of story to share where they felt uncomfortable or unsafe. From accessibility and capabilities of vehicle for hire, to unprofessional boundary crossing conversations, to sexual harassment and violence. There are so many stories that can attest to all the points that we bring forward. We are here with you guys today as advocates for the people, but we come to you because you are the ones who can implement the change. This conversation is not to villainize anyone at all, but by proper training and education, we are here to implement positive safety changes. If we raise the job of vehicle for hire to a respected profession by making our drivers qualified in a myriad of areas, we not only protect the public, but we help to protect the drivers themselves. I come to you with two types of lived experiences for vehicle for hire. I have witnessed the inaccessibility of accessible service vehicles. My sister, who has passed, was disabled and required accessible services. She could not drive herself, and she relied on the services provided by vehicle for hire. The wait times were absurd, and often rides did not come at all. As a family, we always felt nervous relying on these services for fear of her safety, not wanting her to be charged incorrectly as she needed assistance paying, and the general fear that she was a single woman with disabilities who relied on the professionalism of a service where she was alone and unable to get help if she needed. My other lived experience comes from my own experience as a queer individual and my friend in this community. I have countless conversations while riding in vehicle for hire with drivers that cross boundaries. The amount of time that I have been a part of conversations about my orientation that I specifically asked not to have are endless. Questions like, why am I like that? How does my family feel? If I ever tried, or how I knew I was queer. My partner sharing a story, which as it turns out, everybody seems to have a story about being blocked by a driver in the back seat, and she was taken in the wrong direction of the address she provided. A large part of the service for tourists and citizens have drivers driving intoxicated persons after hockey games. We put our trust in the drivers that we will be safe. We get in alone, and we are left in a situation where they are the party in control, and we just hope that they are honest and professional. I spoke to a friend just this week about the topic, and they told me that they would prefer to walk in -30 than take a cab alone, that they've experienced being kicked out of a vehicle once the driver realized they were queer, and being sexually harassed and propositioned for sex so excessively that they stopped using the service altogether. When I think about these negative experiences that people have with vehicle for hire, it always comes back to the need for training and education, such as code of conduct, overdose protocol, GBA plus training, conflict resolution. It is expected in many careers that work with the public to have training hours. Dentists, nurses, and teachers require training hours to renew their license. Careers such as surfers require ProServe. And in the trades, we have the red and blue seal certifications. We also have associations and boards that regulate their industries to make sure they have a uniform expectation of the professionalism. A good example of someone is Councillor Cartmel, who can attest to the importance of these professional associations with all of the good work he did with APEGA and the Discipline and Practice Standards Committee with that group. Other cities such as Toronto have driver training programs that are required to be complete with a regulated third party in order to be approved. Being on board with these types of social changes can have a positive impact on people looking to travel to or relocate to Edmonton. If we implement a driver training program and vehicle for hire are able to display their credentials to citizens before they get in, this can help promote a feeling of safety and increase the use of vehicle for hire overall. This feeds into Edmonton's concept of encouraging citizens to limit the use of personal vehicles and promote public and vehicle for hire to get around. Choosing to implement some of these ideas we bring forward today can help make Edmonton a more accessible and safe city for everyone, and increasing the expectation of drivers will also bring respect to the career of vehicle for hire operation. Thank you for hearing me, and I'll pass it on to Joan.
Hi. My name is Joan Welch, and I'm a member of WAVE, and I've also served on the board of the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council and Age Friendly Edmonton. I would like to offer the seniors' perspective on vehicles for hire. Seniors have been providing input to the city for over a decade on vehicles for hire through the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council and Age Friendly Edmonton. A decade ago, seniors wanted taxi driver training that had a seniors-friendly lens. Seniors need safety, service, and accessibility from vehicles for hire. Seniors want to feel safe. If people don't feel safe, they won't use vehicle for hire, which benefits neither the vehicle for hire operators nor citizens. Feeling safe is about trust. Trust in the driver can be enhanced by driver's training that builds understanding of senior special needs, like help with packages, up steps, over windrows, getting in and out, sensitivity to mobility limitations, sight or hearing loss. Alongside driver's training should be public education about the training that drivers get. Trust in the vehicles for hire system will also increase when complaints are documented and addressed. It will lead to service improvement, and those things should be linked to licensing. Seniors want service that is respectful, considerate, shows an awareness of their needs. Good service is good customer relations. It adds to the sense of trust and safety. I have a friend who has eyesight problems and cannot drive in the dark. She has Uber on speed dial. She called Uber to drive her home from an appointment with her eye doctor. She could not see anything after the treatment. Her driver realized she could not see to walk up her sidewalk or steps or open her door. He asked her, "Will you permit me to help you to your door?" That demonstrates respect, consideration, and service. Seniors need accessibility. Some seniors have limited mobility and need vehicles for hire that can accommodate walkers and wheelchairs with drivers who can assist them. And accessibility does not mean long waits and uncertainty, which undermine trust and the sense of safety. Vehicles for hire are an essential transportation service for the whole community, seniors included. Many seniors do not have cars and depend on taxis and other vehicles for hire for business, appointments, shopping, and family and social connections. Vehicles for hire help them continue to participate actively in their community and not become isolated. Accessibility creates a fairer and more equitable society. WAVE's recommendations for a centralized booking line, a centralized complaints platform, specialized driver training, and increased accessibility would help seniors. These issues and Needs have been identified for years. We need action now on safety, services, and accessibility for seniors, for everyone. Thank you.
Wonderful, Joan. Thank you. And lastly, I'll pass it over to Fumi to wrap up WAVE's portion of the presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fumi Amole, and I'm the current Vice Chair of the Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton. We appreciate the efforts this far by all partners in ensuring safety and security of our city's residents. It is encouraging to see that the City Manager's Office has integrated our recommendation into their 2022 to 2023 priorities. Going forward, some significant opportunity areas exist. We understand that due process is required for the implementation of new ideas. However, one of the good things that the COVID-19 experience has taught us is that our city can work to remediate urgent issues. The safety and well-being of Edmonton residents should be a priority. Great consideration should be given to the creation of the Ombuds Office. In reviewing the Vehicle for Hire 2021 annual report, the 2021 Vehicle for Hire investigation by source table shows about 3% of complaints are by residents, while about 97% are officer-initiated complaints. This may indicate that residents are not coming forward with complaints as they may not feel safe doing so. Although you can complain to 311, a recent survey by the Yukon Women's Coalition showed most women don't know where or how to report sexual harassment in vehicle for hire. As discussed earlier, only about 6% of assaults are reported, and most complaints go to the vehicle for hire companies, which appear to go nowhere. We also have no reports with feedback from drivers and dispatchers. The Ombuds Office will be the contact for drivers and residents to have their voices heard. It is important to have independence, confidentiality, and impartiality from the licensing office, the vehicle for hire companies, and the transportation network companies to ensure expedient and objective grievance and conflict resolution. The Ombuds Office will ensure effective accountability monitoring, and vehicle for hire in their 2021 to 2023 work plan identifies the importance of the following deliverables: to develop strategies to address accessible vehicle for hire capacity challenges, to develop specialized training certification to be a designated driver for children, people with disabilities, seniors, women, and other gender-based analysis plus training, to deliver training on how to report high-risk situations, culturally competent and accessible training methods, complaint-based training curriculum development, and to determine the feasibility of centralized booking service for accessible taxis to improve wait times. We are confident that the Vehicle for Hire program can commit to the completion of this plan by the start of Q4 2020 and be ready to move to implementation by Q1 of 2023. The need for ongoing implementation partnership is evident for effective collaboration and shared accountability with solutions for current and emerging safety and security for Edmontonians. Also, according to the City of Edmonton, the Edmonton Police Service approved budget was reduced by about $10.94 million. The rationale indicated for the redirection of funds was to provide safety through conflict resolution and alternative security and safety measures. The Office of the Ombudsperson is an example of an alternative yet complementary approach to citizen safety and sustainable security. Thank you.
Thank you, Fumi. And I did receive a message from Mary Jane James, the ED of the Sexual Assault Center of Edmonton. She couldn't find the meeting link, and so she was unable to make it today, but she did write a letter in support, and I will be forwarding it to all of the councillors' offices as well as the mayor's through email. Okay, I'll pass it over to the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Thank you, John, Nadia, Joan, Fumi, for sharing with us today. I have the honor of introducing our next slate of speakers from the Accessibility Community. We have guests joining us live and one video to share after they speak. First, I would like to introduce Leia Abbas. She will share the story of her brother Youssef, who you may have seen in the news recently. She will speak to why driver training and safety measures are critical to the well-being of everyone and the success of the transportation industry. Leia, please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. I'm having technical difficulties with my camera, so I won't be turning it on today. But as you guys can see on this slide, this is Youssef. He's my little brother. He's 10 years old. On February 24th, he went to school on a bus, the accessibility bus, because he does have some disabilities. He's also nonverbal. He cannot walk. He wears hearing aids and a few other disabilities. Youssef was on the bus going to school just on a regular day and came back home looking horrific. He was very unresponsive. He had a giant bump on his head, comparable to the size of an apple. And he was just not alert at all. When we brought him off the bus driver informed us that he just bumped his head. We were like, okay. It was the day that there was the extreme cold warning, which was on the 24th. We're unsure what's going on with Youssef, and we decided to call the ambulance, of course. They come and they take him to the hospital as a trauma, and the trauma doctor told us that none of his injuries are aligning with the story we're saying. So we call the bus company and we receive a different story. The story that we received was that Youssef's seat belts failed on the bus as the bus driver was trying to run a yellow light but couldn't make it. And Youssef's wheelchair flew and basically he hit his head on a metal bar and was pinned under his wheelchair. He had to withhold the weight of himself, the wheelchair, and the actual pressure of the fall, which resulted in both of his arms breaking, his humerus bones. As you can see, they're also shown in the slides as well. The bus driver said that this is what happened. As I said before, Youssef's nonverbal. We're actually unsure if that's what happened because we did not receive the full truth from the beginning. And unfortunately, from my family's end, because we did not receive the truth from the beginning, we were lifting Youssef out of his wheelchair and moving him around. Now, if you guys want to bear with me, imagine the pain of having two broken arms, and those are the thickest bones in your arms, and having to be carried with people who unknowingly just want to help you. Youssef is nonverbal. This is the most heartbreaking part of the story. Youssef cannot speak for himself. He could not tell us he was in pain. He couldn't tell us anything. And he's perfect. I promise you guys, he's the most perfect boy. Nonverbal or verbal, the only time I'd want him to ever speak in his entire life is if he could speak on this. But unfortunately, he can't. And I'm here to speak for the voiceless. Council, I'm bringing this story up to you guys because this could have potentially been avoided if there were proper safety measures taken. If there were cameras on the bus, we would not have to be asking questions. If there were cameras on the bus, they could have spoken for Yusuf. If there was anything to hold people accountable, then none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, we don't know what the bus driver did. But typically when people are under surveillance, they tend to do things right. One part of the story I did not mention as we're moving forward is that the bus driver could not carry Yusuf. Yusuf's a big boy. We're a very tall family. The bus driver couldn't lift Yusuf back onto his wheelchair. So instead of calling the ambulance after seeing his injuries, she waits in the middle of the intersection and calls her friend from another bus. Yusuf we do not know how long Yusuf's been pinned under the wheelchair for with 2 broken arms. And personally, I believe that with a blow to the head that strong, he was most likely unconscious. But we do not know how long he's been pinned under the wheelchair till the other bus came. She came, she helped her lift Yusuf, and unfortunately we did not receive the same story when he came home. Now, with that portion of the story, I believe if we enforce proper training for people with disabilities, this could have also, proper training for people who care for people with disabilities, the special needs, that this could have been avoided. Of course, it's a high pressure situation, and a lot of people get very frazzled and they're unsure on what to do under situations like this. But honestly, that's why 911 exists. And if you had the proper training to examine the situation and see what's going on, you could have called 911. Proper training could have let you lift Yusuf up into the wheelchair. Anyone can put Yusuf in a wheelchair and lift him up. It just takes proper training to do it right. Even though he weighs a lot, that's why there's the support of the wheelchair. This is what I'm bringing up to you guys today, Council. Unfortunately, the voiceless cannot be heard. And I'm here, and of course the Accessibility Advisory Committee are here to speak for them as well. I would like to push for cameras on transportation vehicles. I would like to push for EAs on the bus, educational assistants. Caring for children, caring for people with disabilities is not a one-man job. My entire family cares for Yusuf 24 hours a day. Why is there only one person caring for him when he's going to school, especially on a vehicle that moves on 4 wheels? That's really important to me. And I hope you guys hear me out on this. And I really appreciate your guys' time. Thank you so much for listening.
A sincere thank you, Leia, to you and your family for being here today. And of course, as you know, we wish Yusuf a speedy recovery. I'm going to turn it back to our speakers, starting with Cindy Gordon, who will speak on behalf of the Canadian Hard of Hearing Association. And then after, we will move right into hearing from Rob McIsaac, who will be representing Spinal Cord Injury Alberta. And then Guy Coulombe, also from Spinal Cord Injury Alberta, and he'll be sharing a personal story, his experiences. And then we will move right into hearing from Jim Brown of the Alberta Ability Network. And then after, we have a video to share from the seniors' perspective. Go ahead, Cindy. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm not sure why my camera's not coming back on, but I'm hoping you can hear me. My name is Cindy Gordon, and I'm with the Canadian Hard of Hearing Association, and I thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of those who are often forgotten. I represent the largest population of persons with disabilities in the country. More than 10% are hard of hearing or deaf. While hard of hearing persons can physically get into cabs and vehicles, it is often hard to book without available apps online. Also, many who are deaf or hard of hearing feel vulnerable without being able to communicate easily or sometimes not at all. Often, people are taken advantage of because of their inability to communicate. Accessible taxis to the hard of hearing community in particular means cabs that are looped. This is a system, costs less than $500 a vehicle, that can be installed so that we can use our hearing aids to hear better in that vehicle. Apps can be used to translate or caption. It comes down to an understanding of our needs, and it comes down to training aspect once again. Disability awareness training is of utmost importance to fully understand our needs and to understand how to communicate with someone who cannot hear you the same way. So I'd like the Council to consider the training aspect as well as the measures of looping or apps so that we can book as easily and be able to communicate more effectively while using taxis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you to guest Gordon. I'm not sure who our next guest is.
I'll be speaking from Spinal Cord Injury Alberta. My name is Rob.
Please continue.
Yeah. So as I said, my name is Rob McIsaac. I am my role with Spinal Cord Injury Alberta is client services and peer coordinator. I am also a registered social worker. I've have lived almost 18 years with a spinal cord injury, from a traumatic injury, and listening to presentations, there's a very common theme throughout this time so far, and one of those are the safety and security of individuals with disabilities, not just physical but all. Um, so with my role, one of our things we really work towards is having people transition from rehabilitation to home to community. And what community looks like is involvement in community participation, whether that's education, pursuing employment, meaningful employment. But one of the barriers that some individuals face with that is being able to secure transportation to do so. Um, and which also comes with a financial burden, because sometimes it's it's not cheap to live with a disability, right? So being able to provide all the pieces of the puzzle, from equipment to mobility aids to those sort of things, are barriers that individuals face on a daily. So being able to secure safe transportation that is affordable, and we heard, implementing subsidies not just for the rider, but also for the providers or the operators. Being able to do that can eliminate some of that burden and have more individuals participate in community activities, to be contributing members of society, to regain that their identity, right? To know that because we have a disability does not mean we are not human, that we participate in all aspects of life. I want to share one quick story around safety and security with using transportation, and we kind of heard similar things in terms of gender, or as a woman or a man, but also with a disability. I had a client that at one point, an Indigenous individual that was held in a cab. And this individual was locked in a cab, full-time wheelchair user. And as we know, accessible taxis, you can't get out the back on your own. And this was because the driver thought this client or individual was refusing to pay when he was just trying to use his tap card that wasn't tapping and requested to put it in inserted. And this driver or operator called and said, this guy's trying to rip me off, these kind of things. And he kept explaining, this individual kept explaining, no, I need to use the chip, to the point where this client of mine had to call the police. And at which time he called the police right from the back of the cab. Be like, I'm calling the cab because you're like holding me hostage right now. That's not okay. And when goes further, how do individuals want to pursue utilizing vehicle for hire or any of that stuff? Because it's like, I don't feel safe, especially if I'm an independent individual. Yes, I have a disability, but I live life independently. You're stripping away that independence. You're stripping away that identity, where these individuals have already or potentially faced other traumas in their life in regards to injury or sexual violence or physical violence or any of those sort of things. So accommodating in a way that holds operators or such accountable, and putting in safety measures and financial pieces of the puzzle too, right? There's a lot that goes hand in hand. But that's what I wanted to share from an organizational perspective, that our role is to get people back into community, and without making some changes to the way people interact with their communities and cities and obtain education, employment, make it to medical appointments in a timely fashion that are already incredibly backlogged and tough to get to begin with. But, last minute not able to get transportation there and have to wait another year for something that could be life threatening, right? So, anyway, thank you guys for allowing me the time to speak. So.
I believe the next speaker is Jim Brown. Is there a Jim Brown with us?
It will actually be Guy Colombe.
Uh,
No, I'm here.
okay, I welcome the guest.
Great, thanks for. My name's Guy Coulombe, and I work with Spinal Cord Injury Alberta, and I'm quadriplegic since 1980. So I've seen quite a change in the city of Edmonton and these services available. And I just want to say that historically, Edmonton has advanced. Has change been slow? Yes. Has there been improvement? Most definitely. Can things still improve in safety and in availability? Yes, there's lots of room to advance and improve. Biggest things I see is choice, and having a choice of services for persons that use mobility aids. And we have improved there with having, taxis, accessible taxis on the road. Is there enough when you need to book one? Definitely not. How do we get there? I guess is to either subsidize taxis more so the availability is there and you don't have to wait as long, or moving away from having individuals on DATs have to have shared rides for work or medical trips where you need to be someplace at a specific time. And is there a way you can move to that to reduce the frustrations of individuals, like Rob was talking about and others have talked about, is making it to your medical appointments on time or to work on time. So using a direct trip for those types of appointments. On a personal experience, I've used taxi cabs and DATs and city bus, and a lot for me depends on the weather and availability. I'm fortunate to have my own vehicle, but when it breaks down, you need, alternative service. So I just encourage the city council to take a look at the vehicle for hire report that was done and implement things so it improves service for all. And I would agree with the need for additional training for drivers and the safety for all. So I want to thank you for your time and letting me talk today.
So I guess that puts me up next. I'm Jim Brown. I represent the Alberta Ability Network, which promotes inclusive, accessible, and affordable transportation across Alberta. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee on Accessibility for the City of Calgary and have spent 25 years as a volunteer director and board chair for the Calgary equivalent of Edmonton's DAPS service. The challenge of increasing the availability of accessible taxis is not unique to Edmonton. Most cities on the continent have battled with the same issue for years. In 2019 in Calgary, we embarked on a pilot project for a centralized dispatch system for wheelchair accessible taxi service, which incorporated many of the recommendations contained in the pivotal report presented here, including customer service and safety oversight and a self-funding driver incentive system. That pilot has resulted in decreased wait times for its users, increased ridership. The bookings in the system for accessible taxis now are in the range of 1,500 trips a month being provided, which is a huge increase from what it was. And we've had tremendous positive customer feedback, both from an availability and a quality of service perspective. And I think, a lot of the points that were made by previous speakers regarding the safety and security of people traveling in the taxis has been addressed by the existence of an oversight body within the city that really deals with quality to the point where the incentives provided to the drivers are not only based on the number of trips they make, but also the quality and the customer feedback. So it's in their best interest financially to make sure that. So this pilot program has been very successful. And in 2022, it's now being turned into a permanent system and is clearly working. And I thought that was useful feedback for you. And on behalf of the Alberta Building Network, I strongly express our support for the recommendations put forward, both by WAVE and the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I hope you will too. And I appreciate your time in listening.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. May I kindly ask the clerk to forward to the next slide with the video link. This is a video from Cecile Sire-Grayson. She is a member of the Millwood Seniors Association, and she is sharing her personal experiences with us this morning.
We're just going to make sure we have the sound on for us. Just experiencing a technical difficulty. It'll just be a moment. You need to share that tab. And then he's on his way.
Hi, my name is Cecile Sear Grayson. I have lived in Edmonton since 2005. I am legally blind, and I found getting out of my home and into being active in my community very, very hard until I discovered a business called Drive Happiness. And from there, I went on outings 2 times a week. And it was wonderful because the drivers were trained how to assist a blind person getting in and out of their vehicle. And it gave me back me, because I wasn't able to drive when the restrictions were put on my license. My freedom was gone, and you mourn that. You really do, and then you wonder, what am I going to do? How am I going to meet friends? How am I going to act like I'm alive, like I'm living? And that is when I hooked up with Drive Happiness. I had tried many modes of transportation to get out, such as taxi, Uber. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to have dignity, and I couldn't afford that, because a taxi could cost you $50 to go from just to go to the mall and back again, and you were on a time schedule, or else you had to phone another taxi to come and pick you up. Sometimes I would wait at the mall for 4 hours before I would get another taxi to come and pick me up. It was tremendously inconvenient. I tried Uber, but did not feel safe with Uber. I tried driving Miss Daisy, and I could not afford it. To go to an appointment would cost me upwards of $80. I'm a senior. I'm on a fixed income. I don't have that kind of cash available just to, because I want to go out, or I need to go out to an appointment. So I was a transit user for about 5 years straight, and I have to say that most of the bus drivers got to know me, and they were very courteous. They would let the bus kneel. Sometimes I would get on the bus and it would be packed with students, and the bus driver would say, This bus is not moving until somebody gives her their seat, which made me feel pretty damn special. And then in the end, I got married to my Drive Happiness driver. So I was fortunate that way. But you know, having an impairment, and if you can't have your freedom, your dignity, your independence, you don't only have that impairment, you add other things to it, and depression sits in, and loneliness, and a feeling of hell, I'm not worth it. Sorry, but this still makes me quite emotional, because it was very, very hard. You know, there should be places that you could hook up with like people, but and taxi drivers, Uber drivers who take these us kind of people around, they should have some kind of knowledge about an impairment. You know, sometimes you can't get into a vehicle by yourself. You need that assistance, or you're coming out of a grocery store and you have some, you know, grocery bags. A taxi driver, an Uber driver, if you're paying for that, they should be gracious and get out of their vehicle, take your bags. You know, many times they would open the trunk from their driver's seat, and I would put my bags in their trunk, and then when they would take me to my home, they would do the same thing and not get out.
That concludes the speakers that we have joining us with our delegation today. But at this point, I'd like to take the opportunity to speak to the AAC's key recommendations around training and safety. We are here today because we want to see a commitment to standardized and mandated driver training and safety for all drivers. We want to see commitment to conventional and accessible taxis, shuttles, limousines, but we would like to see driver training for all drivers, including those outside the jurisdictions of vehicle for hire, including Edmonton Transit, LRT, school buses, as Leia's story speaks to the need for this. The Vehicle for Hire plan identifies priorities for 2022-23. One of the priorities is to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of mandatory driver training for all drivers. My question for you is, what criteria will you use to determine if a rider's life and safety is worth the cost of training? We believe DATS has recently updated their training materials, so that is a city resource that is available. There are other jurisdictions like BC who are more advanced in accessibility services than Edmonton and Alberta. We believe there's benefit in reviewing these resources. Another resource is the Livery Driver Training Program. This is a 2-day in-person online course which focuses on passengers with disabilities, cultural diversity, driver safety and enforcement, and bylaw information. We'd also like to see licensing being dependent on receiving standardized accessibility and safety training. This includes licensing for drivers, including transportation network companies like Uber. We'd like to see safety measures installed as soon as possible. When reading the annual report, It mentioned an educational campaign that was conducted aimed at rider safety and what riders should do to ensure their safety. This tells me the city recognizes the need for safety measures. Vehicle for Hire work plan prioritizes bylaw amendments for mandating inward-outward cameras and the implementation of an independent complaint and investigation service for all vehicle for hire providers and users. This plan, however, does not mention the role of industry and drivers to ensure safety for all. We would like to see the creation of a platform and process where the driver and an industry are held responsible for individual safety and is not all dependent on the rider to ensure their safety. We'd like to see the mandatory safety training, and we would like to meet with Vehicle for Hire quarterly to determine what measures can be implemented on behalf of industry and drivers to ensure driver and training safety. Thank you.
I believe then, I just want to do a quick quorum check. Do we still have Councillor Tang and Councillor Wright with us?
Here. Yes, you do.
Excellent. Now I believe we go to questions nope.
We go to public speakers. We have the 5 on the list, and we'll hear from speakers, and then we'll question those speakers in a panel, and then we will go to questions of administration and the delegation we just heard from.
Okay, perfect. So first up on the speakers list, I believe, is Phillip Strong. Phillip?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Please proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate being able to speak to the councillors on the committee. I am taken back a little at the presentation, I must admit, and I want you to fully understand that I admit that the services currently provided are inadequate. Having said that, you know, the recommendations of the Vehicle for Hire and AAC are to the point with regards to financing, help financing vehicles and help financing the rides. I want you to understand that ride sharing and taxi are similar industries. All drivers own their vehicles. We are but a dispatch center, as is Uber's head office when you use the app. So that's a very important point to understand. Unfortunately, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news when we're trying to fix things, I think the whole accessible taxi industry service is going to decline. Not only that, regular taxis, and that's AAC brought that point up when they said that the non-fault insurance exemption should be looked at, and that's the problem. The provincial government just enacted Bill 41 that is devastating to our industry. It's non-fault insurance. Out of every 6 accidents, we have 5 that are non-fault. So to put it very simply, how is a driver going to pay for a $45,000 wheelchair accessible vehicle, and in a week someone hits them that it's not their fault and it's written off and they have no insurance for it? You cannot get collision insurance in the taxi industry. It's financially unfeasible. So, you know, that has to be addressed, and that's the first item that has to be addressed as soon as possible, and I think it can be. I think that with the city's willingness to understand that taxi companies that provide these services are an extension of ETS, which they really are, and a lot of people have alluded to that today, we can get an exemption as the municipalities do, because the city is going to bat for it and saying, hold it, this is an extension of our fleets. So that's the first thing that has to be handled. Otherwise, the fleets are going to shrink. They've already shrunk. And even regular taxis that do mobility aids and that sort of thing, no one's going to buy a new car. You're going to have old jalopies out there running around. And I worked too hard over the years to produce a good quality fleet. The safety issues are also to be addressed, and you've all done a good job of them. And I'm not opposed to getting more involved and improving our own safety issues, but the industry is in big trouble and in super turmoil, which is a bad time for it to happen, just as you present this. But January 1st was a big change for us, and I would suggest that we have to look at that first and get that resolved. And we're, my colleagues in Calgary that does dispatch the accessible taxis, and I have been lobbying the Premier. I've been lobbying the Honorable Mr. Tooze, and we're trying to get that done. Without that being done, all the rest of this is not feasible. And I think it really should be feasible if we can solve the first problem. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I had to bring it to everyone's attention because I think you can all help us in solving that. Mayor Sohi, that I see on the screen now, is very familiar with our industry, and the AAC has been bold enough and astute enough to see that that's an issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Uday Kumar. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, you have the floor.
Yes. Thanks, councillors, and rest of the folks for giving me this opportunity. After seeing the reports of AAC and WAVE, I would like to, when I'm comparing the stats, whatever I got here, and when I see the information on the screen, there is a gap. The gap is the communication between these committees and the dispatching companies. I believe bringing in taxi commission will solve this issue. There is a driver's committee. The driver's committee is completely different than a taxi commission. Taxi commission will include the brokers, and we can have a centralized ticketing system, especially as a couple of speakers like Don and Angelica have mentioned, we have to reduce the bad drivers. The only way you can reduce the bad drivers is when you enforce the rules properly and when you have the complete vision on exactly what happened at that particular time when you picked up the customer to the drop-off. I do see some of the issues in a daily basis. Not only the driver side, there is an issue, there is an issue from the customer side too. We have to keep that in mind as well. And from a vehicle accessible taxi point of view, the cost of the accessible taxi is 2 times higher than the normal taxi. If you're thinking from a business point of view, the taxi driver will not invest 2 times cost and will get the limited number of trips. So if we can do some kind of incentives for this accessible taxis, and if we can increase the number of trips for these drivers, that will help them as well. And the rates too, let's compare the normal trip with an accessible taxi. From a pickup to the drop-off, it is very easy for a normal customer to get picked up and drop off within a fraction of minutes. But if it's an accessible customer, the pickup time is almost around 15 minutes, and drop-off is around 15 minutes too. The driver will not spend that much amount of time with the same meter rates that were offered to the accessible taxis. So we have to look in that perspective. And if we come back to DCPD, as Phil have mentioned, ETS, after the ETS, the taxis comes into the place. So it is an extension of an ETS service. What we need to do is we have to look at, it's not only the accessible customers, it's not only the accessible taxis, we have to look at like every taxi should be covered under DCPD regulations. That's all I have from my side.
Thank you. Next is Crystal Jones.
Hello, thank you for having me speak today. I am a board member for the Accessibility Advisory Committee, but I am not here to speak on behalf of the board. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and my deaf community. I hope that will be clear enough for everyone to understand. Please take advantage of the live caption if you find me difficult to understand. I won't get into the exact detail of what happened to me back in November, but it was a really bad experience. It took away my dignity, made me feel less than human. I saw what happened with me on Twitter, and people were angry and tried to call out co-op for the driver behavior. When I tried to address the driver behavior and make change, the dispatcher supervisor basically told me they were sorry I felt that I was a target of discrimination, and at the same time tried to dismiss my concern by blaming me for why the app didn't work properly. I addressed my experience with 311, who elevated my concern to bylaw. A bylaw officer came out to see me, but they wanted me to fill out a witness statement and that the driver would have been given 3 or 4 violation tickets. Tickets don't bring about change. That driver will have paid his fine and continue to drive without education, and nothing will have been done about the dispatcher supervisor behavior. The change I wanted was for both the driver and dispatch to be more aware and educated. I never filled out that witness statement because it was too much emotional labor, and I already did all the work in the email when I first talked with bylaw. It had been 4 or 5 months, and I'm still angry about the situation. As a deaf woman, I know what it's like to experience discrimination and oppression. I have dealt with it all my life. It is time that the vehicle for hire industry are held accountable and subjected to specialized driver training, especially with deaf and disabled people. We need to sign an accessibility lens on the process of booking a cab either online or through the app and make improvement. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I hope that City Council and admin will take what I have said to heart and put for change.
Thank you. Next, we have Akram Shami. Akram?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Yes, my name is Akram Shami. I am the program director of Mitsa Center, migrant new community in downtown for the last 12 years. And I'm here on behalf of the Royal Wagon accessible taxi also, because most of the drivers there are our members, and they have asked us, the community, on their behalf to speak here. We found the report not to include on-demand services. Royal Wagon has been in existence for the last 5 years, serving the community, at times even taking recommendations from DATS and the committee and serving the community in large. But this this company has not been addressed in any of the reports. It has been there for 5 years. It has its own dispatch system. It has also exclusively committed to serving the community. So there are organizations like this, and there are private companies like this who would like to take part, but this report has not addressed any of these issues in there. Therefore, we recommend that it is an assessment of the entire taxi industry. And here is an organization that commits itself There are close to 80 accessible taxis in the city. And by admission of the major fleet here, the service is inadequate. So this assessment doesn't even explore why that happens. And to us, as a community, we feel that there is no dedicated service exclusively addressing the issues of accessibility taxis in here. There are different brokers, but the major issue that we have here on this report is that we could not find ourselves anywhere in this report where we fit in the recommendations and in the report itself. So we need either some amendment to this or to be sent back to accommodate those taxi services who are on demand, who are already in existence. The city has spent thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, in trying to improve this service, okay? And all the 80 taxis has been at least been spent on $10,000 each to convert them. But our members company here, Royal Wagon, has not asked any subsidy from the city. It converted its own cars, its own fleets, and its own dispatch systems, and exclusively committed to servicing the community at large. But this report has not somehow, or conveniently, or whatever the implications might be, has not included services being given by private companies like on-demand services of the Royal Wagon. So we strongly recommend either we shall be factored in, because our members are the ones who are, this is the industry where close to 3,000 of the drivers in the city of Edmonton are somehow in some way associated with our organization here and their families. So when it comes to the as a stakeholder in the driver side, our members have a lot to do with it in improving it, but we could not be able to see any factoring in of our members' presence as a company in elevating this problem to the Edmonton community. So we'd like full consideration. Therefore, we need this report to include us, or to be sent back, or to have an amendment. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Susan Beaufoy. Is Susan with us?
She's here in person.
Here, yeah. Hi there. I'm speaking here today as an individual with visual impairment from birth as a result of albinism. I primarily am a transit user, but there are times, like other speakers have mentioned, where taxis are definitely my plan B. So weather is a big reason that I would use taxis. Sometimes if I'm going to unfamiliar, like places where the transit doesn't get to very easily, or if I feel I'm in an unsafe area, then transit is definitely my plan B. I'm here to support the AAC letter where they recommended both audible meters and the audible GPS as well. These things would make riding for me very much easier. So in the case of the audible meters, as it stands now, I cannot see the meter in the taxi, and I trust taxi drivers. I don't think I've ever been ripped off, but I would never know because I cannot see the meter. And like other people who've used taxis probably can relate to, it's nice to know where you're at. Am I at $50? Am I at $20? Maybe I can get out a block early and walk, because this is turning out to be a little more expensive than I planned. So an audible meter would be fantastic, like the AAC has recommended. Or even some sort of meter closer to the passenger, like on the back seat of the back of the front seat. But I think audible meter is probably more universally designed for for lots of folks. And in terms of audible GPS, this would also be fantastic for me. With my low vision, I'm not able to drive, obviously, and I don't see street signs. So that's the big part of why I can't drive. So at night, when the weather's bad, when the windows are dirty, I can't see where we are. And it has caused trouble. Like a driver once misheard me, and he got the avenue and street flipped around and took me to completely wrong location. And I didn't realize for quite some time that we weren't going. It was a place I had never been before. But with audible GPS, I would have been hearing it, just like on the bus. I was coming here today by transit, and the bus already has like an audible GPS, right? Like it tells you every street you're passing by, and I rely on that. So if we want to have sort of equality of transit services, then I say we should bring the vehicles for hire up to the same level as our transit, and have the audible GPS so people know sooner where they are. And then I could say to the driver, whoa, 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 this isn't the right way. And then I save him time going in the wrong, or her time going in the wrong direction. So those are my support for the letter of the AAC, and I just hope Council will enact the recommendations of both WAVE and the Accessible Advisory Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Now I look to the clerk. We go to speakers from council. No, questions from council to the speakers. Is that correct?
Yeah, questions from council to these 5 speakers.
These 5 speakers.
Correct.
And then after, when we go questions to administration, that'll allow a chance to ask questions of the delegation we heard from earlier.
And administration.
And administration. Excellent. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Then the floor is open to councillors. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. My first question is to Mr. Kumar. You mentioned about a centralized dispatch. Would that also include the nonprofit service providers such as Drive Happiness that Ms. Sarah Grayson spoke of?
Centralized dispatch for DATs, and we have to make sure the customers' complaints and the other things also. Customers' complaints and centralized dispatching with the supervision of the vehicle for hire is very important. Why? Because one of the biggest things when you see AAC and WAVE reports, this one clearly tells us the customers' complaints are coming because there is a gap. The only way you can reduce this gap is proper training and have to do a handshake, work with the brokers.
Oh, okay. That really wasn't what I was trying to get at. I'm just, so the dispatch would only handle the complaints, not actually dispatch drivers?
Even dispatching too, especially for the accessible taxis, customers' complaints and dispatching both should be done centrally, if there is a possibility. And we have to look at the costs of the accessible taxis and the trip cost, and we have to do some compensation for each and every trip which was done.
Okay, but would that include the nonprofits like Drive Happiness?
Yes.
Yes, it would. Okay, good. Thank you very much. And my next question is for Mr. Shami. I'm glad to hear that you're here representing Royal Wagon. I do have a family member that uses your services, and I had noticed that it wasn't identified in the report either. And I'm just wondering, you had mentioned about 80 accessible taxis in the city. Is that just through your service, or is that across the board from Co-op, from Yellow Cab, DATS?
Yeah, it is across the board. There are close or more than 80, but 80 is the number of accessible taxis which are converted by city money, actually.
Okay. And that's wheelchair accessible taxis, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So for those that maybe are just needing, some other assistance, they don't have a wheelchair, maybe just a walker, maybe visually impaired, then there are other accessible.
If these 80 cars were completely dedicated and exclusively serving the community, the service would have increased a whole lot. But these accessible taxis are given to the brokers, and the brokers are renting them out. So the drivers are using them for as a regular taxi too, rather than picking up what is meant to be for the community of who needs it. So they are using a double role of running as a taxi and at the same time accessible things. So mostly the accessible services need some extra help. So the drivers do not want to do it. So the accessible community is not getting the service after all this money has been spent on these cars. They are also working as a taxi. So Royal Wagon, as you have experienced it and your family has experienced it, has exclusively concentrated on serving the community. So these 80 cars has to be concentrating on the services of the accessible taxi rather than to have a dual role of being a taxi too, which most drivers would choose the other way. So I think the root cause for the accessible services to be inadequate is not addressed by this assessment report at all.
Thank you. And I just have one more question before my time is up. The training that you provide your drivers, is that something that you've developed on your own? Where have you gotten this training from?
From the last 5 years experience and from other municipalities, we have developed a manual for our training, and which we are willing to share it with everybody. And it is on top of what has been provided by the city of Edmonton.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I now go to Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. I'll start with Mr. Strong. I have heard the similar concerns from drivers about the no-fault insurance and how detrimental it can be to actually, it can basically have a very severe implications for the industry and the ability of people to continue to provide service. Is that understanding correct on my part?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I understand your question. What does it do to the industry?
Yeah.
It's not as much what it does to the dispatch company as what it does to the taxi owner.
Yeah.
All taxi owners are owner operators. So, for example, in February, we had 16 non-fault accidents and 4 at fault. Out of the 16 non-fault, 2 guys totally lost their vehicles. They were written off.
So they can't be back in service until the fees are paid. So you would like us to do some advocacy on behalf of the industry on that?
No, they have to go and buy a new vehicle, and that's going to decimate the industry. No one wants to want to buy a new accessible vehicle at $45,000+ to get it written off. There is a way around it, and I'm sure we'll have to discuss about it with different councillors and yourself, is to be included as part of public transportation and get the exemption that the municipality enjoys right now.
Okay, then we can ask that to admin, Mr. Strong. I do have another question to you, which is we heard very disturbing, heart-wrenching stories of passengers' experience about sexual harassment and sexual violence. Right? As a dispatcher company, as a broker, how do you collect data, and how do you share that data with the advisory committee, if you do share that with the advisory committee?
Well, we haven't shared it. I mean, we have kept it to ourselves, and it's probably hard to share at this point, but we can change our ways. But I'll assure you, we follow up on every complaint. We have let a number of drivers go as a result, and we were the first to implement cameras in the city of Edmonton. So we are trying to be proactive. As I said earlier, we're not perfect yet, and we admit there's room to grow, and we'd look forward to that.
Okay, so you're willing to share that information and continue to work with with the advisory committee. Mr. Shammy, on the Royal Wagon, if there were to be a central dispatch system in place, would Royal Wagon be would like to be part of that?
Quite happily. We have our own dispatch system now, which could be even taken as a model for all, and we'll be happy to do that. That is the whole thing that we have not been factored in this report. So we would be happy to do that, sir.
Okay, we'll ask that question to admin, because you're right. There has to be more integration of various service providers to improve the service. I think that also improves accountability. It also improves data collection. It also improves the complaints process on which the action can be taken later on, or to improve safety overall. Mr. Kumar, I haven't heard from any of you on the fee that were waived in 2021, but I did hear from a number of drivers about that aspect. So would like to know if that's something industry would want us to pursue. If not, do you think now that we are at the tail end of the COVID, would that may not be necessary? Because I heard from drivers, but I did not hear from any of the brokers or dispatchers today. So your thoughts on that?
Thanks for bringing that, sorry. Couple of issues. Exactly in 2007, I believe these rates were increased for the meter.
No, this is not. I'm more talking about the permit fees and the license fees. The 50%.
Yeah, those ones too. Actually, those are most of the drivers even mentioned about talking to the city, just bring them because of the COVID impact or number of reasons. Most of the drivers, they can't even afford to pay. If you can look into that, that will be great.
Okay, and on the rate increases, I understand that even though it's pretty tough now for everyone, for consumers as well, but I understand that the fare rate has not been adjusted for a while either.
That's right. It was increased in 2007, and gas prices are double, and the economy rate, and after the TNC regulations, most of the drivers, they don't make that much money, and they're looking into fare increase as well.
Okay, so waiving the fee will be a little bit of a relief at a time when they're facing with these high increase related to the gas prices.
That's right.
Okay, good. All right, good. Thank you so much for being here, and look forward to actually engaging with the rest of the panel later on, the members of the committees and the WAVE. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Next, Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank everyone from our public speakers as well as the delegation for taking the time out today to share your perspectives and stories. So it's an incredible showing on this topic. And I'm not sure who's best to answer this, but I'm curious about the existing drivers in the industry. If we have whoever has data around, what percentage of that are women? I don't know if it's Mr. Strong or Mr. Kumar.
I can bring some stats.
Yeah.
We might have a half dozen women on fleet.
And how big is your fleet?
Currently, it hasn't reached pre-COVID days, but we're at about 450 vehicles.
And does that equate to 400 drivers?
That's drivers might be slightly more than that because some cars are double shifted.
I see, and about half a dozen are women.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kumar, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I do have around 558 vehicles, 2,100 drivers registered. In that, almost 10 drivers are women.
I see. And I guess just on the topic around, sexual violence and sexual assault, obviously, you interact with the complaints, you follow up. Around the world, there are kind of initiatives like Pink Taxi, for example, or companies specifically with women drivers for women passengers. Have the industry ever looked into, doing those kinds of industry-led, initiatives? Either Mr. Strong or Mr. Kumar.
We tried based on the complaint by complaint, but specifically at that particular aspect, we never looked at it.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Strong, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, owner operators work the industry. So if women want to join the industry, buying a car and driving a taxi, we have absolutely no problem with it.
But I imagine, like many industries, it's not an easy field to get into for women. I just want to follow up on the complaints thread of questioning earlier from the mayor. Can you just share, annually, how many complaints do you receive, Mr. Strong?
Unfortunately, we don't really track that at this point. All I can tell you is we answer every complaint, be it through the vehicle for hire or directly from the client. But as far as tracking numbers, we don't track that at this point.
I see. And Mr. Kumar, do you track those kinds of numbers?
Yes, we do have a centralized ticketing system internally. So we do have a complaints department that handles almost 250 complaints in an yearly basis we do receive. In that, major ones, minor ones, and something that need to be notified to vehicle for hire, we do that. And sometimes if it's related to customer issues, and if the complaint was raised up to the vehicle for hire, we try to keep the video recordings ourselves to protect the driver too.
I see. And so you follow up with every single one of those?
We do.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to turn to Mr. Shami for just to understand a little bit more about your training materials. So you have mentioned that you develop your materials also from other municipalities. Can you just share which ones? And which ones have you really found to be kind of the gold standard?
Particularly, we had taken into account Toronto and Vancouver and Calgary. Calgary seems to be having a diverse manual to what we have. So we have incorporated most of those things, and we eclectically used whatever gives more safety and more customer service aspect of it from Vancouver and Toronto too.
I see. And did you say you have cameras on yours, on your vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of other additional kind of, oh, you know what, I'm out of time. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for all of our speakers for taking time to be here today. I'll start with Mr. Kumar. I'm wondering, you mentioned the cost of accessible taxis can be quite extensive, and I'm wondering, you also mentioned incentives. What type of incentives, I guess, would you envision to bring more accessible vehicles online?
One is the cost for trip. That's one of the things I would like council to look at, and the other one is the cost per vehicle. Especially if you buy a vehicle, it's going to cost around $35,000-$40,000 just for just van, and another $20,000 for just installing the additional equipment for accessible to make that van as an accessible taxi. So if city can look at both of those aspects, that would be great.
Okay, and I don't suppose, do you know of other jurisdictions or municipalities that have incentivized accessible vehicles, if they've done or taken similar steps? To Mr. Kumar?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay, and I would ask the same thing of Mr. Strong around incentivizing accessible vehicles.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure, yeah, I'm wondering, recognizing that there's a gap in the number of accessible vehicles, I guess what steps would be taken to incentivize bringing more accessible vehicles online from industry's perspective?
Well, I think the reports in front of you have shown what we can do to incentivize things by helping finance a vehicle, by helping subsidize the trips. Unfortunately, it's all for naught if we can't resolve the DCPD issue, but I'm confident we can, and things will improve then.
Okay, and I also want to go to Ms. Jones, if she's still with us.
Yes.
Great. You mentioned that tickets and fines don't necessarily bring about change, which I thought was really insightful. And I recognize in the report there is a focus on bumping up enforcement, but I'm wondering, it sounds like there's a greater focus that needs to be placed on the specialized driver training. I guess, do you feel like that would be a more appropriate use of resources to be able to direct towards that specialized training?
Apologies, I think we're directing that question to Crystal Jones.
Thank you.
Apologies, yes. Crystal Jones.
Hello, sorry, I was reading the caption. Can you repeat your question again, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned something that I thought was insightful around tickets and fines, not necessarily bringing about change, but that specialized driver training is where I assume you'd like to see those resources allocated. Did I get that right? You feel like that training is really the highest return in terms of rider safety and improving that user experience?
Yes, I feel that if the drivers got awareness training on how to interact and handle deaf and disabled people, that we will be able to reduce misunderstanding, that we will be able to enter the safety of women, seniors, and disabled people. I feel that a lot of the drivers don't know how to interact with deaf or disabled people, like they have no training, and it results in a lot of conflict. We don't, it escalates to the point where emotions are involved, people have their dignity and their dignity robbed, and they feel less human when they exit the vehicle.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. And I'll be asking that of administration as well, just around sort of that resource allocation, because it does seem to be focused on the enforcement side of things. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I believe we're going to have to call a second round. So I'll call for a motion for no motion?
No need for a vote at committee.
No need for a vote at committee. All right, excellent. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. Back to Mr. Shami, you have mentioned that those 80 vehicles or so are already enhanced to be accessible vehicles with city money. Is that correct?
Very correct, yes.
Can you just specify which can you just share more about that? Was that a grant program that your company specifically accessed for the?
Okay, our cars or our the cars in our fleet had never been subsidized by any of the city money. It is done from the private company. I was trying to compare. There is 80 cars which has been subsidized by the city and being paid by also dispatch. Okay, and still the service is inadequate.
Yeah.
So
okay.
This report doesn't address what the root cause for that is. While we are in 5 years existence, we gave a service that could be an exemplary one.
So you're demonstrating that even without the subsidy, that it is possible to to convert vehicle, or to have the fleet that is needed for accessible taxis. And yes,
if I may add,
yeah.
we can also, if the central dispatch system accommodates on-demand services like our company, we are also willing to add the fleet without any problem with it, because it is a company where, as Mr. Phil Strong said, that it is operators, owner operators and independent contractors. So they would come in. The problem is there is a stronghold of it's a closed door. It's not, we are not coming in to get that. And it is being demonstrated already here that even a report of this size was not even mentioning us at all.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Shami. And Crystal, thank you so much for sharing your perspective, and just want to drive home the point. So out of all those focus areas in the work plan, you would you say that you will prioritize the training aspect? It's for Ms. Jones, if you're still with us.
I am, yes. I believe that having a training available for the driver, that it will improve relationship between the driver and the passenger.
Thank you so much. And my last 10 seconds to Susan. And would you say in your presentation that enhancing vehicles for audible meters, et cetera, would be something that you will look to as a priority?
Yes, a priority for visually impaired people, but also for folks with learning disabilities like dyslexia and cognitive disabilities, anyone who might have trouble with reading. So really a universal design thing for lots of folks. And regular, typical sighted and hearing people at night, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Susan, I'll just continue asking you as well. So you've indicated that the audible meters would assist you with your visual impairment, but I'm just wondering, in the report, it also talks about removing the existing size restrictions on the symbols. Would that be one of your priorities as well? Is that something, do you normally just use the app or do you hail down a taxi?
iPhone taxi. I'm not sure what you mean about reducing the size of the symbols. Is that on the app that you're talking about?
No, it's in the report that we were provided about one of the recommendations was to remove the existing size restrictions on the international symbol of access.
Oh, probably to make them bigger. I'm just an individual, not on the AAC, but yes, I think restricting the size of fonts and symbols to not have the ability to enlarge them is not a good idea. So having that flexibility to make things larger is better if it fits in the car.
Okay, that would also be a benefit. Okay, excellent. Thank you. And then my other question, I guess, is, I don't know, it might be for Mr. Strong or Mr. Kumar or Mr. Shami. I don't see any representation from Uber here today. Are they on side with increasing their accessibility vehicles, the training or the centralized dispatch?
I can address that for you. Uber does not have any accessible vehicles, and as such, they contribute so much a trip to a fund that the Vehicle for Hire administers. And last I heard, about 18 months ago, there was $2 million in this fund, and it is addressed to help subsidize future accessible taxi trips in the taxi division. To be clear, because a lot of you are new councillors, there's only 65 accessible vehicles in the city of Edmonton, and they are all owner operated. And the subsidy was 6 or 7 years ago, and it was $8,600 a car to help finance the additional cost.
Okay. But so Uber contributes to this fund, but they haven't drawn any benefit from it?
No, they do not put on accessible vehicles.
Okay, that's something that they've chosen not to do. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Seeing no further questions in the queue, I believe we now move to our next portion of questions of administration, including the delegation from WAVE. So I invite councillors to buzz in again. We're just resetting the speakers list. And I'll go to Councillor Tang. I imagine you'll be first. Okay, Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. Well, I want to just a sincere thank you to the entire delegation. It's quite an impressive turnout and lots of passion on this topic. You know, I'm hearing loud and clear. It's a commitment that you're really looking to get today too. Based on experiences of constantly providing advice to City Council and administration and not really seeing those advice come to fruition. I want to hear a bit about your, to be spelled out really clearly for us. I guess first to Tanya from AAC, what would you like to see prioritized within the work plan that was proposed? Because it doesn't actually lay out the, kind of near, medium, long-term priorities.
Our priorities would be around standardized and mandated driver training for all, and safety measures implemented as soon as possible. And if I may, Mr. Strong, I just have a question for you around this. We agree and we have supported the exemption for the no-fault insurance, and we see how that can be a liability for the industry. And you've also stated that accessibility service is in the decline, but the need is on the incline. So that's something that needs to be addressed. And one thing I do have a question for you is, in terms of what you said earlier about it's not feasible to have more accessible taxis without this no-fault exemption. Do you think it's feasible to have to prioritize safety and training?
Oh, absolutely.
Apologies. Sorry to cut you off there. This portion is for councillors to ask questions of administration and the delegation. The delegation is not to ask questions of public speakers.
Okay, my apologies. So that's what we would like to see prioritized: driver training and safety.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. And would you extend that drivers not only to those in the industry, but as some others have suggested to, and actually as you suggested to, kind of a much broader sector? So just so I have that clear, right?
Yes, we would like to see that to conventional and accessible taxis, the shuttles, limousines, all which are under the vehicle for hire service model, and the Edmonton Transit System, LRT school buses.
That's great, thank you. And in terms of, continuing the conversation, I certainly, as the mayor indicated previously, that if there is a will and interest for industry to connect with advisory committees, I encourage that conversation to happen offline as well. Thank you so much. And to Angelica, I guess the same question for you. Just to be really clear, what would you like to be prioritized in this work plan?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think on behalf of the committee, like separate myself, WAVE member, from the committee. So we didn't prioritize our suggestions, and that was intentional. We just want to see something. Like really, we want to see something, but if we had to prioritize, I would say the things that I've heard from the members the most that are most important to them is the training and the complaint process.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a question for Mr. Jim Brown. Sorry, I have to go back to my notes here. Is it Jim Brown? Yes. You mentioned a self-sustaining sorry, you're here. Yes. Self-sustaining subsidy program for riders and drivers was in Calgary.
Right.
Can you tell us more about how that program works and how is it self-sustaining?
So basically, it's a two-part program. There is a 10-cent levy on every taxi fee charged in the city. So non-accessible taxi trips. Every taxi trip pays a fee of 10 cents, which then goes into a fund that provides the funding for the incentives that are paid to the drivers. And there's two parts to it. There's kind of a per trip fee that is paid for every accessible taxi trip that's made available. And then there's also an annual incentive fee that's based on what I would call the qualitative part of the service that they provide, based on complaints and quality of service, safety and cleanliness of their vehicles. And that can be up to, I think in the new system, it's up to $5,000 a year per taxi.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you to all the speakers from WAVE and AAC who provided their personal stories. And Dawn, I just wanted to let you know that I believe your story, as well as all the other stories that were shared with us today. I guess I'm going to start off with administration, and Ms. McCabe or Ms. Petrin. I know you can only take council direction, but because this has gone, we just keep seeing recommendations coming forward. And I'm just wondering what you need from us as council to begin to execute on some of these recommendations and I guess put into action some of what's been communicated over the past, well, I think Joan mentioned that this has been going on for 10 years from a senior's perspective. So what do you need from us?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wright. I think to start, there's a commitment for us to move to action. Our 2022 to 2023 work plan is really about that. We recognize the need and importance to reestablish better engagement with our key stakeholder groups, WAVE, AAC, other vehicle for hire folks that maybe haven't been part of the conversation, as well as the drivers and the users. And so our next step immediately is to meet with our stakeholders to prioritize the work plan, but definitely hearing feedback here from members on what those priorities could be around training and safety measures. And I think there are some very quick wins, some easy things we can do now to begin more action on addressing these issues.
And what do you see as being some of those quick wins?
So, for example, we have had in the past information in the cars and the vehicles that have safety and contact information. I think it's been some time since that's been put in the vehicles. So there's an opportunity to what I'll call refresh the information and the contact details and have them put in all vehicle for hire vehicles. I think we have some some training material that we've already established for accessible drivers. And so looking at how we can then further that training to all drivers.
So is that training something that maybe could be considered and implemented in 2022? Or is there more further analysis and engagement that you would need to do before taking action there?
I think it's always important to engage with all the stakeholders around how we go about implementing and whether or not we need to trigger some bylaw amendments as well. But we do have that education material kind of start like already done, because the vehicle for hire bylaw requires that training already for accessible taxi drivers. So we want to look at how we can align with DATS, the training model, the vehicle for hire industry to best implement it in a timely fashion. But definitely hearing that is a key priority for the stakeholders here today.
So that accessible training already exists?
I'll maybe pass it to the team to speak to what the scope of that training is, but we do have training that we did in 2020. It's accessible training materials for the drivers that drive accessible taxis. And I'll maybe just look to the team if there's anything further to expand on that.
Kim, I think you've got it correct. We did share our accessible training with accessible drivers, and we can share that with the rest of the drivers as well. So that is available to be shared. It wouldn't be mandatory training at this time due to the way the bylaw is written, but we can start with a voluntary sharing, and then as we work through the work plan, look at what we make mandatory.
Okay, so we would need to make an amendment to the bylaw in order to make that mandatory? Okay.
Correct.
And then when you speak of it being accessible training, is that only for the wheelchair accessible vehicles, or is that for all accessibilities? So for those hard of hearing, visual impairment?
It's my understanding that it covers a wide range. It's not just focused on wheelchair.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I think my time's up, even though it's still showing I've got 5 more minutes, and we're just ready for break, I guess. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Wright. Seeing the clock strike 12, we will now pause for break, and we are reconvening at 1:30. So I look to the clerk. Anything else required?
Nope, we are in recess till 1:30.
Then we're adjourned. Or recess. Thank Good afternoon, everyone. We're reconvening the meeting this afternoon. I'll start again with a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hi, everyone.
Mayor Sohi. No. Councillor Cartmel. No. All right. Other councillors not on committee joining us today. Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Rice. Okay. Then proceeding with the meeting, I invite Councillor Salvador to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I will just start with a question to administration. I kind of alluded to it earlier, but just a question around the allocation of resources. I think it was $425,000 for 5 new vehicles for our enforcement team. And I guess I'm just wondering, you know, we didn't really hear about the need for additional enforcement from any of our speakers. And I'm just wondering, you know, was that identified as a previous priority? Is there a way to potentially, you know, see a more immediate use of resources towards increased safety measures, towards that that specialized training? I just see that as a need that's being presented by a lot of our speakers as a high priority. So yeah, just trying to square that in terms of resource allocation.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Salvador. When it comes to the vehicles, there are actually 3 vehicles that need to be replaced. And so the intent is for the 2 additional vehicles, but we'll also provide the resources that are already there to go in more vehicles and provide additional coverage. While not all of the stakeholders are here today sharing their perspective, it was feedback that we heard from vehicle for hire drivers, as well as some of the limo operators. So it was feedback that we had received through stakeholder engagement over the last year. And I'll pass to the team if there's anything more to add on that.
Nothing to add.
Okay, yeah, and I guess maybe this is a naive question, but does that not work out to around $85,000 a vehicle? Is that it just seems high in my mind. Is that average? Is that typical?
I can speak to this one.
Sure.
Yes, it is higher than average for a traditional vehicle, but it is in line with what it costs to provide an enforcement vehicle. So this will include all the addition of the lights on the top of the vehicle, the markings, the decals on the side. So it is in line with what it traditionally costs for this type of vehicle.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that answer. And I'm also wondering, just when it comes to the centralized dispatch, just logistically, I'm wondering how something like that would be rolled out. It sounds like one of our speakers, I believe it was Mr. Ashami, he was mentioning that they're already doing some sort of dispatch model. I guess would our intention to be building upon existing models? I know that work is still underway, but is there any preliminary conversations that have been had there?
That's exactly the work to do, is to look at what existing resources and existing systems exist that we can build upon. No need to recreate the wheel, so to speak, but absolutely as a way to streamline centralized dispatching in the most effective way, is to work with all of our stakeholders along with DATS as well to see how we can best deliver this centralized dispatch, as well as a centralized complaint system for people that have issues.
Right. Okay. Well, happy to hear that there's going to be that collaboration with folks who are already doing this work. And then just a final question, is Joan Welsh still here? No.
Joan had to leave, but I knew a lot of her speaking notes, so I can try and
Sure.
answer the
Yeah,
question.
definitely. I can direct that to you then, Angelica. You know, Joan spoke about that senior's perspective. And I guess I'm wondering, obviously we have an aging population. I would expect that demand would increase substantially. Have we already started to see that demand increase? And I guess, is this a way to proactively kind of get ahead of that wave of older adults who might have different mobility needs?
So when I'm not wearing my wave chair hat, I actually work at the Edmonton Seniors Coordinating Council, though I'm not here representing them today. But yeah, that is a huge issue. We're expecting the aging population to get much bigger, and vehicles for hire, as you've heard, are very important for maintaining independence. And I feel like if we could get ahead of the curve and, implement some of those accessibility measures and some of that training about how to interact with seniors, it would be really helpful to the aging population, because it's going to happen. It's just a decade or two away. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And totally agree. I appreciated the comments as well from the speaker that had the little video as well, talking about that dignity, freedom, and really providing a means to combat social isolation. So absolutely, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, first of all, my deepest appreciation to all the advisories board members for various advisories, and the Anti-Racism and the Youth Council for the work that you have done. I feel kind of, so in a way that your hard work over the last number of years has not realized the changes that you wanted to see. So I can understand your frustration and hear your frustration, and committed to making sure that change happens fast, right? So I do have some questions to admin on the. I really appreciate your comments, Ms. Patron, about taking action now, right, and making these recommendations reality. So your thoughts on how you would do that, and how do you keep council appraised on the changes? Is there a need for an interim report to council and to committee that we know changes are happening and actions being taken?
Mayor Sohi, we've started as a first step is around establishing relationships with all of those that are involved. And so just last week, I started meeting with the vehicle for hire industry, and we'll be looking to meet with the WAVE and AAC stakeholders here in short order. Our next step will be to prioritize that work plan. I do recognize we've had some excellent feedback here today on what those priorities are. In terms of keeping council updated, one of the options we can look at doing is perhaps a memo to council on a regular basis to provide those updates. We do anticipate to action some of these items in the work plan. Bylaw amendments will be needed, as an example, and that will be another opportunity for committee and council to be engaged and updated on where things are at as this work moves forward.
Okay, that's great, because we want to keep appraised on so we can continue to push for change. And committee members identified a number of the delegate members have identified on driver training, safety, complaint process, data collection. Is there a way for us to have the brokers provide more data on the number of complaints they're getting and the actions they're taking to resolve those complaints? Does that require bylaw changes?
I'll let the team comment on what bylaw changes might be required. I think one of the things that we should action right away is looking at a bit of an ad campaign on how people can provide feedback and complaints, or where to call. We do track those for anything that comes through 311. However, I think we've only received about 21 complaints last year. We can work with the vehicle for hire industry as well in terms of them sharing the feedback and the number and the types of complaints that they're getting, because I think that helps inform how we deliver the program and any further adjustments we need to make. So definitely that's a piece we can take away with working with industry to share complaint data. And if there are bylaw amendments, we would advance that as well.
Good, because safety and security is absolutely critical. On the I think it was Mr. Strong who mentioned there's about a $2 million in the fund that Uber drivers pay a fee. Can that $2 million be used to provide some incentives for accessible vehicle retrofitting or to reduce the cost of initial purchase? Or, one of the challenges that I hear from drivers is that they don't earn as much income as a regular cab driver would because they're providing accessible service and the trip length is longer, or they have to come back to the location and drive back and forth. I think so. Losing that money, can that $2 million be kind of looked at how we incentivize more accessible vehicles and also make life a little bit more better for existing drivers?
So Mayor Sohi, that fund that was referenced is approximately 1.9 million in the vehicle for hire reserve. That is money that is acquired through dispatch license, all the licenses and fees that are paid, as well as the other charges that Uber or transportation networks have to provide. But what you're suggesting in terms of those subsidies, that's exactly the work we're embarking on this year, is to look at how we can use that vehicle for hire reserve model to support industry and using subsidies. Okay. So that will be work that will be conducted this year.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Knack. Oh, yes, no. Did Councillor Wright get a... I'm just making sure committee members get first crack. Councillor Tang and Wright both had a chance to speak this round, right? Nope.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, okay. Then Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack? Hearing none, we'll go to Councillor Tang.
So I do have a motion that I like to put forward. I'll do it at the end of my time here. Just a couple final questions for administration. Have you ever looked into the option of designating a company, let's say Royal Wagon, as a designated vehicle for hire for people with disabilities? Given that their fleet has already been outfitted without, and that's kind of their exclusive focus. Has that ever been explored?
Councillor Tang, I'm not certain about that. I'm just going to look to the team if there's any background that we have explored in the past. We might have to follow up on that one, Councillor Tang.
My understanding is no, Councillor Tang. It is one of the things that we do want to look at is what's the best way to provide this service, whether it's through subsidies, whether it's through working with specific companies to provide this service. And that's part of the work that's going to continue on in 2022.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Ms. Lariviere or Ms. Matson can just kind of, has that idea ever come up at committee level? Tanya, if you're still there?
I am, yes. Sorry, could you ask that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, has committee members have ever, talked about this idea of designating a specific company as a vehicle for hire for, people living with disabilities? Let's say for Royal Wagon, has a very exclusive focus.
No, we haven't talked about that directly. But of course, if that is a system, a model that works, then we definitely support that.
Yeah, and perhaps consider that as an option. Okay, well, I think one of the things that's kind of really loud and clear from both committee members is that, we set up these advisory bodies and wanting advice, but not sure how those how they're accountable. So I'd like to put forward a motion, Mr. Chair, to take that into consideration. Madam Clerk, would you like me just to read it out?
Yes, please. Then we'll put it up on the board for you.
That administration provide a report in collaboration with Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton Committee, WAVE, Accessibility Advisory Committee, AAC, and Vehicle for Hire Industry, outlining progress made to date on actions identified in the Vehicle for Hire programs 2022 and 2023, including the prioritization as indicated in UPE 00909, Attachment 3, Vehicle for Hire Program 2021 to 2023 Work Plan, with a due date of Q1 2023 to this committee, Community and Public Services.
Thank you for that. Motions at committee do not require a second, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. So now we move to questions, a round of questions to the mover. Is that correct? Just making sure to the clerk.
Yes, you can still do questions to administration around the motion, and then questions to the mover as well.
Okay, and do we need to reset the speakers list or proceed as written?
We can proceed as is if you're okay with that.
Okay, so Councillor Tang has moved the motion. We now have a motion on the floor. Councillor Knack, are you with us now? Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I can just maybe add introduce
yes.
it a little bit more in my
Sorry,
final minute.
please.
Here.
Yeah, please do. I ran over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah, I think the intention here is really just about checking back in. This is, I guess, no different from an annual report. However, I strongly see a need for this collaborative partnership approach, working with committees and working with the key stakeholders. In the work plan, stakeholder relationship is key, and I think that needs to be reflected in how we work together. So that's really the intention of this, and I believe the chair of the AAC has also mentioned they would like to see just periodic, regular touch base, like quarterly at the committee level, and so this motion recognizes that those periodic touch base is absolutely necessary. And so I just want to also appreciate everyone who has given input, from the committee, from other councillors, the mayor, and working with administration on this. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're going to assume he's absent from here. Councillor Cartmel, by the way, is here. He did chime in the chat, so thank you for that, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I did have some other questions for admin, but I guess I'll, Councillor Tang, I'm just wondering, how can we ensure that something gets done sooner rather than later?
I mean, part of it is also, I think, this is a commitment. And there is a work plan in place. We have some very passionate folks who are ready to roll their sleeves to work with administration. The line that's about prioritization, as indicated, I also see it as reflecting of the priorities put forward today by the members of the committee, that we hear them loud and clear. And on top of that, I think it is our role as governors to develop the structure for that, I guess, accountability, that report back, that consistent, I guess, feedback between administration and the committees, and not necessarily outline the project plan. And so I have a lot of trust in the quarterly touch base that the AAC chair had mentioned. Not only with that committee, but with other committee as well.
Okay, and I guess if administration is aware of, aware of the priorities that need to be actioned sooner rather than later. I don't know if we need to put anything more in there to have something completed in 2022.
Yeah, and I think we will also, just to respond to that, I think we will also be able to hear what gets accomplished in 2022 right away, as the due date is Q1 2023.
Okay, thank you.
I was seeing nods from administration. Did they want to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jans. I think Ms. Petrin has outlined that we are committed to working with both committees, and we'll prioritize that work plan and work on a number of actions short term here as well. So Councillor Wright, this motion provides us direction, but also we've heard the urgency here today, and we will prioritize this work.
Councillor Wright, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Tang for the motion. I do have some questions to administration, and I want to stress the points that Councillor Wright was making, the urgency, as you acknowledge, Ms. McCabe. I know memos are fine for council, but memos are not public. So how do we make sure the members of the advisory committees that engaged with and the general public knows what actions are being taken in 2022 in the interim until you report back in first quarter of 2023? How do you make sure that public is kept informed of the actions?
That's a great question, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Petrin, do you have some thoughts on how we could do that?
I do. I think that, it's establishing strong communication with industry, Edmontonians, and our stakeholders. We can use our website to more clearly articulate our work plan and the timelines associated with implementing that work plan. We are going to establish personal relationships, so you can call and inquire to see where things are at as well. But I think from a communication perspective, we can perhaps start with using our website as a place to have one source of where things are at in terms of the work plan.
Okay, because the more we can share publicly how our system is becoming safer, it benefits everyone. It benefits the industry, benefits the user, and makes women more comfortable and give them the sense of safety and security that they need, right? So anything that we can do to communicate publicly. On the central dispatch system, I know I think it was Mr. Brown who talked about Calgary's example, that being successful. So part of the plan is also looking at the central dispatch system, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And within that, data collection will be part of that, because it's naturally people are calling to central location, they'll complain to the central location, and then data collection will be part of that as well, right?
That's right.
Okay,
yes.
Good. That's good to know. And the any thoughts on the impact of the no-fault insurance on the viability of the industry, as we heard from Phil Strong on that? Because I heard that concern from drivers that they'll be in a very vulnerable position if they can't replace their vehicles or can't have their claims resolved fast, because they don't have their own collision insurance. Have any insights into that?
I've heard the perspective shared from industry on that. I don't have a lot of background on that, but I'll maybe pass to Ms. Jacobson if there's any information that you have to share.
Thanks, Ms. Petrin. I would echo that. I think it's still a little bit early to know the exact full impact of these changes, which are still relatively new in the grand scheme of things, but it's certainly something that we can keep an eye on going forward.
Yeah, would you be able to provide us a memo? Because if that is real concern, then it really impacts the viability of the industry, that we might have to do some advocacy on behalf of the industry. So if you could provide a memo as you get more information on that, then we can look at what role we can play in helping with that. Good. All right. Oh, one last one. The Royal Wagon concern. How would you engage with them moving forward? Because they felt they were not engaged.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We send notices when we're having engagement sessions to all the stakeholders, and perhaps we need to provide other ways or opportunities or times for people to participate. So we will reach out, make sure we have the right contact information, and look at how we can best include them in our next steps going forward.
Okay, good. Thanks. And thank you for the work. It's no, please don't take it wrong way that we want this resolved as fast, as quickly as possible, but it's not in any way critique of the administration, but this is a pressing issue that we all should be obsessed with. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just so I'm clear, I can ask questions of WAVE representatives because they're part of the delegation, correct? On this motion?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so I'd like to just get the response or thoughts on this motion, and if it addresses those concerns in terms of action and what you're looking for from the WAVE Advisory Committee on this motion that's on the table here.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I'm feeling pretty happy about it. I think the rest of the committee would be as well. I think this has that accountability piece and that consistent check-in that was missing before. I would like to see the information made public. Like, I think the point about the memos being private was a good one. And so if the information's made public, then I think that WAVE would probably support this. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I'll ask the same question of the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Yeah, and we're feeling really hopeful about this. One aspect I would like to see happen in 2022 is the update to the bylaw amendments. And I don't know what the timeline is on that. That would be a priority for us in 2022.
Okay, so then to administration, would this prioritization as written in this motion encompass that those bylaw amendments as well?
Councillor Rutherford, as we work to prioritize the work plan, which is focused around training, safety measures, and supporting complaints, those may trigger bylaw amendments, and we can certainly work to advance that work this year. And it just depends on the scope of what we're needing to amend the bylaw for. So more minor amendments can be done quite easily, not easily, but can be done in short order. But if there are bigger pieces that require more work to implement, then those may have to come later. But certainly we do anticipate bylaw amendments to require mandatory training for all drivers, looking at some of the security aspects that were discussed or some of the security measures in terms of ideas that if we wanted to make certain things mandatory, then it may trigger a bylaw amendment.
Yeah, and I think the key is with that is, somebody that's written bylaws on administration side and somebody that's done that work. I know that it can be not the quick wins, but sometimes they're the most impactful. And so I want to make sure that that's not lost in the mix of this motion and that it's almost something that's prioritized early, knowing how long it can take. So if administration, just to confirm you understand that is the, and I asked the question to the mover, is that your intention with this motion? That bylaws would be included and that they should be considered a priority for that first collaborative discussion?
Yeah, and I think good question. I think the bylaw is certainly the mechanism to realize priorities. So if that is the right mechanism, certainly, but I think perhaps there might be other tools that's required to move priorities forward. And if that's what's needed, absolutely.
Perfect. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for not being here right at the start. So I don't believe I'll repeat any questions. I hope not. And if I am, just please tell me and I'll go back to the tape later. to administration, and I feel like Councillor Rutherford's question was close to covering what I wanted to check, but there are items in the work plan that don't, or rather, there are items that were identified in the letters by WAVE and the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and not all of them are captured in the work plan, if I understand correctly. Is that fair to say? There are some suggestions that haven't been captured in that work plan.
Councillor Knack, that might be the case. However, some of them are related to the work around research or the centralized booking or other bylaw amendments that might be required. So we will capture all of that, I think, when we work through the stakeholder engagement here in the next month or so to figure out the prioritization. So we can capture that feedback.
So that's what I wanted to make sure, so that approving this motion, which only referenced attachment 3, would not exclude the remaining items in those 2 letters. You have clear direction that you will continue to work on those items as well.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Then the only other question I have relates to the reserve and the fees, particularly related to accessibility. Because if I do go through the work plan, and again, you can correct me if I'm missing it or if it's not captured here, we've had that fee that we've been capturing in the past couple of years. We used it to offset the licensing fee. I don't see that as part of the motion today, and I think that's the right decision, because I think we need to start using that for what it was intended for. But I guess that is my question, is that where in this work plan do we start capturing the use of that accessibility fee for getting more accessible vehicles on the road serving?
Councillor Knack, that's part of the research aspect around subsidies and outlining changes required to the vehicle for hire reserve model to support both industry and the users as it relates to supporting accessibility outcomes.
Okay, so that's captured in point 1 of the accessibility piece there. Okay, that's good. I guess my question is how, and appreciating there's a lot of important pieces here, but we've been capturing that accessibility fee for a long time now, and we haven't really done anything with it for a variety of reasons. Lots of life things have happened, COVID has happened, so this is not meant to be upset about it, but I'm just wondering how long particularly we might see it taking to start putting that money to use to getting more accessible vehicle service in our city.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And I think that's my key message for how we want to approach this work plan, is moving from, engagement and research to action. And so as part of putting that money to work, so to speak, we want to focus on the centralized dispatch, looking at subsidy options, the mandatory training. All of that work is actioned through using money from the vehicle for hire reserve.
Okay. Do you, the last question, and just in this interest of, I think, advancing these items as quickly as possible, do you see a need, and is it within the ability of the reserve fund as currently written to use that funding to complete this body of work? Because that's going to take a lot of staff time. We might have to hire folks to do engagements. Can you use that reserve fund to fund some of that body of work so that we can get to action quicker?
Yes, absolutely. And I recognize there is some scoping that needs to take place in terms of some budget items related to, I'll use centralized dispatch as an example, or even the mandatory training. We'll need to use some of that money to update the training to apply a GBA lens in addition to the accessibility pieces. We'll want to think about how we support and encourage drivers to take that training, because that might be a day off of work for them or whatever the case might be. So the importance of connecting with our stakeholder group, both the dispatchers, the drivers, and WAVE and AAC, it's important for us to all come together to understand what it will take to best implement these action items.
Great. Thank you. Those were my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that line of questioning, would an incentive to reduce fees once drivers have completed the accessible training? Would that be a possibility?
Councillor Wright, I think that's an option that we can explore. Certainly, we have different fees for whether you're a dispatcher or a driver, but how we create and incentivize subsidies to support more drivers, conducting accessible driving needs, that's part of the work that we'll do around subsidies. So looking at how we can support both industry and the users to support better line of service for accessible work.
And just something that just sort of crossed my mind, will the accessibility also include sort of the safety aspect? I think that sort of has been brought forward by WAVE.
Absolutely. I think safety is probably requires some attention of its own in terms of how to support the outcomes around safety. I appreciate through the letter and the feedback from WAVE and AAC on how to do that. So, things like security cameras or signage, etc. So we need to look at how we can best implement that and how it gets paid for and support drivers through that as well. So that's all the pieces that we will be looking to implement this year.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask that we stand at ease for 1 minute. I just need to confer with the clerk on one matter. All right, thank you for that. So I just conferred with the clerk, and I'll ask them to interject, but the suggested process is that we now go to debate on this motion, and then following that, we also have a potential motion from Councillor Wright that could be introduced, questions, debate, same process, but both of those motions will need to then go forward to council, so because they're creating new work out of this process. So I just needed to get clarity on that. So we can continue, but this will have to move to the council table. That's my understanding. So hearing, I guess now we move into debate, and I see Councillor Tang. Are you there for questions, Councillor Tang?
Oh, I was gonna close, but
Okay.
I can wait.
I'll ask, does anybody else wish to debate, waive, or... Oh, Councillor Knack?
Just for speaking, but I'll defer to committee members first unless there's somebody here.
Mayor Sohi? Mayor Sohi for speaking or debate?
Yeah, just to speak to it quickly.
Please do.
First of all, I want to appreciate all the work that the WAVE, the Advisory Committee, and the Anti-Racism and the Youth Council have done on this this very important file. As I said, we hear your frustration, and we hear your concerns about lack of rapid action on these safety issues and women not feeling safe on vehicle for hire industry, and the lack of data to know how bad the problem is, and hearing anecdotal stories and really believing those stories. And it's important that we assure that we believe those stories. So I want to thank everyone for their participation and the work that you have done over the last number of years. I am absolutely sure that our administration heard your concerns loud and clear, and that they heard our concerns as well, that they are committed to working on the implementation of the measures and the recommendations that all of you have put together. So I'm hopeful that in 2022 we'll be able to implement safety measures, and in 2023 we'll be able to do more work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I'm sensing a strong commitment from our administration that they understand the urgency of it, that they're willing to move forward quicker. So thank you to all of you, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tang wanted to close, then I'll go to Councillor Knack and then Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to again offer my thanks to everyone who took the time to come and speak today, to share some challenging stories and reliving some trauma, and to the point of having to relive it multiple times. I just wanted to sort of offer, what I feel should be an apology, because I think, as noted, this came before last council, and I was one of the folks on that council. And I think there's apologies for a few different things. First is I remember when Bailey shared her story. Bailey shared their story last time, and I remember that experience where it was questioned by a member of council, and I don't think we called it out the way we should have, and made sure that people realize that when they're taking the time to share personal stories like that, that we have to believe them. And I think it was called out. It wasn't called out directly, and it should have been. And I think that's part of why we haven't seen the action that I think is expected. So I just wanted to apologize for being a part of that group that didn't act on it nearly as quick as we should have. I think there's a lot of reasons why it didn't get acted on the way it should have been. No sense in making excuses at this point. The past, that those mistakes have been made. So I'm very hopeful with this motion. I think it provides clear direction around timelines, which I think was something that has been missing from those previous conversations. I think, and that's the main message I wanted to just make sure folks who took the time to speak today are well aware of. By having these timelines, it says to me that those letters that you wrote, the time you've taken today, there is clearly a path to finishing those items. And if that means, and that's why I was happy to hear from Ms. Petrin, if that means using some of that reserve to make sure we deal with that in the timeline set, I'm glad you have that authorization to do so, because I don't want to wait an extra day because it should have been acted on before. And again, I'll take responsibility for that as a member of the previous council. Not that I know that we don't try to blame past councils and current councils, but I was there, and I have to make amends for our mistakes on that. So just wanted to say thank you again for everyone. Thank you to Councillor Tang for this motion, and know that to everyone here from the public who's taken the time, that safety and accessibility are going to clearly be a priority as evident by this motion, and we need to see it in action as per the identified timeline. So look forward to actually seeing this happen, so that folks no longer we don't have to run into an example of where people have to continue to share stories a year from now, 2 years from now, about the same things that have been going on and on and on. And I just don't want to see that repeat itself. Thank you very much.
Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief. I just really, really want to thank the folks who came out to speak today. I think that being able to share those traumatizing stories, it's really hard. And I want to thank you for your courage for coming out and doing that. And for the emotional labor that's been involved. I mean, we've heard that this has been years of conversations at this point, which of course is very frustrating. So I echo my colleagues' shared frustration in that regard, and I'm hopeful that this motion and the conversation we've had today is a signal that that's going to be changing, and we're going to see that action that's so desperately needed. I also just wanted to take a moment to highlight the importance of our advisory committees, just in general. I think that they're advisory committees for a reason, and we have a responsibility to actually act on that advice and take those recommendations seriously. So again, thank you for that collaborative approach. I think it's fantastic to see WAVE alongside the Accessibility Advisory Committee, ARAC, Youth Council, all speaking with one voice and speaking with a loud, elevated voice. So thank you for that. And yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, this is about creating a city that is accessible and inclusive and dignified for all Edmontonians. I think that, you know, when I think about access and equitable access and the ability to freely move about our city, that's just integral to the health of our communities. It's integral to our mental health, our social well-being. So this is a really broad and important conversation. So I'll stop there. I could go on, but thank you again for taking the time to be with us today. And I look forward to following this work and supporting it where possible. Thanks.
Thank you. And last call. If not, over to Councillor Tang to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo my gratitude, like my colleagues have, for a very impressive and comprehensive delegation and presentation today. I really appreciate some very strong guidance from all of you in terms of what those low-hanging fruits are and what are some of the best practices that we as a city can look towards. It was very concrete, in my opinion, very practical. And I think many of us have asked many of you know, what are your priorities over and over again, just to really drive home that point. I want to build on some of the points that my colleagues have mentioned. You know, as an appointed council member to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, you know, I've heard some really poignant stories during committee meetings, and I heard you loud and clear that it's pretty devastating when you know you are volunteering for these roles that we look to you for advice, but you don't always see how those advice are being taken in, and where does it go? It kind of just goes into the ether, and there's that lack of accountability, and you know that's not a very motivating environment to be volunteering. So I want to say, you know, I hear that, and I think that's really kind of when I think about this issue, that was a really big piece for me. You know, I think today with the very rich presentation and the very diverse perspectives, what I thought was really important for all of us to take away is that it's not just about riders, but as many of you said, it's both riders and drivers, and we need to be investing on both sides of the issue, and so that we can really deliver strong services. You know, and on this piece of equity, as Councillor Salvador had mentioned, we set up these advisory committees for a reason, because, you know, for a long time, City Council and, you know, key decision-making bodies lack a lot of lived experiences. So we have these committees, and I think Ms. Cotty's story about sharing her story prior and being questioned on that really stuck with me. And I will say, even with the current council, we've had instances when folks show up to share their stories, their diverse lived realities, and there are some of us who still write that off. And if we're truly committed to equity, I think follow through is the least we can do. I mean, certainly there are still perspectives missing, as you know, some of the speakers have mentioned. One of the key ones for me is also recognizing that the vast majority of drivers are of immigrant and racialized background, and I'm hopeful that, you know, moving forward, we can really be much more comprehensive. I know there's a lot of folks from the committees participating also on social media, and I just want to acknowledge, you know, we have some really stellar examples what that customer service, what that GBA Plus lens and look like through, you know, one of the presentations today through the Royal Wagon. So I just want to acknowledge some of the shout outs that I saw on social media. And finally, the measures and actions discussed here, and to me, they're a really important part of the recovery from the pandemic as we all start to be much more mobile in our day-to-day. I hope we as a city can look towards, look beyond the committees that presented here. You know, this isn't just a women's issue or people with, you know, diverse disabilities issue, but truly, I think the measures and actions here will benefit all Edmontonians? And don't we all want, safer, more accessible, and more affordable ways of getting around our city? So with that, I thank you for your support, committee members, and I defer back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Then I will call the vote on this item.
We have 5 votes.
Please display. So that is carried unanimously. Now, I believe there was a subsequent motion to be tabled. I'll look to Councillor Wright.
Yes, I was trying to request to speak, but it's not allowing me. I'll try one more time, but if you'll allow, well, there we go.
Please introduce.
Okay, I just need to pull it up here so I can read it. Okay, so I thank Councillor Tang for bringing forward that motion. I think that provides sort of the direction to administration on how we want things to proceed. And I think this motion that I'm putting forward will sort of provide the tools that they can use to move forward with this. So the motion is that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration prepare amendments to Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 17400 to expand accessibility driver training requirements to all vehicle for hire drivers. The due date for this would be Q4 2022 to Community and Public Services Committee. Now, maybe I should just get clarification from the clerk. Should it go directly to council or come back to Community and Public Services Committee?
It would go to, sorry, it would go to committee first. So this will be a recommendation to council to approve this motion. And then when the report were to come back, it would come to Community and Public Services Committee first, and then it would go to council with the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll open the floor to questions. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. To the mover for putting this forward, is the intention of this is to just make it even more urgent on this particular priority as mentioned by some of the speakers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel the accessibility driver training covers all the, I think, feedback from committee members about training of including some of the ones that's already been mentioned when it comes to sexual violence, GBO+, cultural sensitivity, etc.?
If there's more that that someone feels should be included in this, I would be happy to take it as a potential friendly amendment.
Yeah, and I guess I'm also, I've heard some other priorities also mentioned, and this one covers one of those. Is your intention to bring forward subsequents for the others as well?
No, if we want to, we can, if you want to include that in this motion, I'd be happy to entertain that. So where do you want to include the safety aspect?
No, I mean, I think I've kind of mentioned in my previous statement that, I think by doing so, we effectively put a motion on every action or on, key action items in a project plan. And I will be worried that it's very prescriptive, but I guess my question to committee members, I guess, Angelica, what's your response? Do you feel this captures and helps to build that case?
I would say I'd like to see kind of the sexual harassment awareness or, like gender-based analysis plus being worked into this as well, because I think accessibility is kind of different than, like cultural sensitivity and things like that. But if those were added, I think we'd be in support. Yeah.
And would you want to see, I guess, motions related to, say, the compliance issue you have mentioned as a priority?
I think that's a tough question. I think we're satisfied with kind of what's happened up until this point. I feel like this is a very different experience than what we had at last council. And I just really appreciate it. And I feel like this is enough for now. And if it needs to be more, we have an opportunity to speak to that later on. So I feel like this is good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Tanya, any feedback from you? And how, like, you know, you mentioned two priorities. One is training and one is safety measures.
Yes, so I guess it depends on how you're going to implement that on that side. Is the driver training going to include those safety measures? Or are they going to be considered separate? But in terms of putting forward this motion to amend the bylaws, we're very happy with that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I interpreted your two priorities as separate because you need the funds to actually install like cameras and the audible meters, et cetera, right?
Yes, that's correct. But there would also be that training component of safety, not just that physical aspect of it. So it depends on how you're going to structure that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. That's all from me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions to admin. Based on the previous motion, you will undertake the implementation and start putting actions to based on the report, and you will engage with WAVE and the advisory committee, the anti-racism committee, as well as youth council. As you do that work on based on the previous motion, how would you incorporate those learnings into the proposed bylaw that you will bring forward? Would you just want to understand the sequence of the work and how that work will inform the changes to the bylaw?
Mayor Sohi, I read this motion to be focused on the driver education or the driver training piece. The work plan in itself may trigger some other bylaw amendments. The timing for this report, I see that as, you know, positioned to implement the training for 2023 in terms of a requirement by the bylaw, but we also have a report in Q1 of 2023 from the last motion. So you know, this could be rolled up into the work. It is part of the work. This is just directing the training requirements more specifically to be completed from a bylaw perspective this year.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, then the other learnings, other work that might require bylaw changes can be included into this. What I'm concerned about is that that the narrow focus of the bylaw with this subsequent motion doesn't hinder your ability to bring forward changes that are also necessary on the bylaw to change the bylaw.
Correct. There just might be two different bylaw amendments, that's all.
Okay.
Like there might be a bylaw amendment to trigger the training requirements, and then there may be bylaw amendments that are triggered by the work plan and the feedback that we've received as well. So there just might be two bylaw amendments, that's all.
But if that happens, if there's other changes that you want to bring forward to the bylaw, you can do that when you bring forward changes related to this bylaw, right?
Yes.
You can incorporate all those into one, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. That's what I need to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last call, or I go to Councillor Wright to close? Hearing none, Councillor Wright, yours to close. Oh, I think Councillor Tang's waving at us. Councillor Tang.
And I didn't want to close. I actually had a question.
Oh, okay. Councillor Wright, why don't you go first with your question, then we'll go to Councillor Tang.
So I know I can't amend my own motion, but I would be agreeable if somebody wanted to change it to state that it would be to expand driver training requirements, maybe to include but not limited to accessibility, safety. That's just my thought. Otherwise, we'll leave it as is.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion, Councillor Ray. I guess I thought about perhaps amending on the subsequent, but I think my concern generally is that will be too prescriptive. There are several other priorities mentioned, and not to mention that, I've also heard it's not just about training for vehicle for hire drivers, but drivers for other vehicles that who interact and care for folks living with disabilities. So I feel like we can make this extremely specific, but then I question how we get into the territory of moving from governance into management. And I think this is the work that that will be accomplished in the coming year between administration and all the committees and stakeholders. And bylaw is, like I mentioned earlier, is one tool, but there might be other tools as well. So I think for those reasons, I'm actually not going to be voting for this bylaw. Sorry, for this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, are you with us?
I am. Just a quick question for administration. When you see to expand accessibility driver training requirements, do you need actually an amendment to this, or do you understand that this also means equity?
Councillor Paquette, it's clear the intent is to apply a GBA plus lens to the work, which is something we do from a policy practice perspective anyway. But if committee felt it would be more clear to add that clarity, I guess, to reflect driver training requirements using a GBA lens for, I can support or I can help with wording to make changes if you like.
I could just clip this and we can play it at the next meeting when the report comes out. I think we're okay, is my point. I think we all kind of understand each other. It's not like 1960s programming where if you punch the hole wrong, you're going to get the wrong result come out. Okay, so I hope that I'm not sure why this would not be supported, because in my opinion, it could go further. That would be my only last comment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one else in the queue for questions, anyone to speak or debate? Seeing none, Councillor Wright, did you want to close?
I'll just briefly state that I think this does give the direction and tools for administration to move forward in taking some concrete action to move this whole matter forward and address the concerns that have been, I think, hanging on for far too many years. Thank you.
Well said. I will look to the clerk then, and we will call the vote.
And we have 5 votes.
Please display. In favor, Councillors Cartmill, Jans, Wright, and Sohi, and opposed, Councillor Tang. The motion is carried. This now, I look to the clerk. Are there any other subsequent motions? Hearing none, I believe we move to item 6.3. Yeah. So I'll ask administration, do they have a presentation to start, or how will we roll in? Presentation, excellent.
Councillor Jans, I can provide some opening remarks if you like.
Please do.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of Committee, Community and Public Services Committee. My name is Kim Petra, and I'm the Branch Manager of Development Services in Urban Planning and Economy. Before you today is a report regarding options to further regulate the designated driver industry. With me is Leila Peter, Director, Development Approvals and Inspection Section, and Lisi Heisey, General Supervisor, Business Licensing, Inspections and Compliance. Designated driver services support the city plan goals by contributing to Edmonton's safe, equitable, and inclusive transportation, and by working to achieve a responsive mobility system in the city. Designated driver services work by providing a driver to transport a customer's privately owned vehicle to a specified location, usually within the customer as a passenger in their own vehicle. These service providers are different from taxi or rideshare services and are regulated under the business license bylaw, with a requirement for each service provider to obtain an annual business license. Currently, there are 2 licensed designated driver services operating in the city. Based on the scope and scale of designated driver service industry in Edmonton, and in confirming that there have been no concerns raised by Edmontonians using the service, and with a high level of self-regulation within industry, administration has found no rationale to proceed with additional licensing or regulatory changes, and looks to continue regulating the designated driver service under the business license bylaw without imposing additional regulation. Administration is committed to continue to monitor the industry and feedback from customers to ensure that regulations meet existing industry and user needs, and will propose further regulations if warranted in the future. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I believe we have one speaker from the public. I'm going to see if Mary Dumais, is there a Mary Dumais with us?
Hi, I'm right here.
Hi. And I look to the clerk. I believe they have 5 minutes to introduce or to join. Okay, Mary, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day, Mayor Soy and members of City Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Mary Dumais, the founder and CEO of Dedicated Designated Drivers, Inc. We are currently entering our 10th year of business operating in Edmonton and surrounding areas. When we learned that Grand Prairie was in the process of writing a bylaw for designated driving service in their vehicle for hire, C-1394 in early 2021 for services like ours, we were ecstatic. Finally, an even playing field where everyone has to follow the same rules and regulations. According to the Grand Prairie bylaw, you are required to have a commercial office, drivers with Class 4 license and chauffeur permit, police clearance with vulnerable sector check. All of our drivers have this. A CGL policy, insurance and registration on our company vehicles, decals to inform customers which company they are using, audits by the City of Grand Prairie. Since we met the criteria, we were able to expand our company into the City of Grand Prairie in June 2021. Sean Hebert, the Chief License Inspector for City of Grand Prairie, had a conference call with our insurance broker. From this conference call, it was stated that you cannot use a personal vehicle while generating money from that vehicle. You're required to have a business or commercial policy on that vehicle. If a person is using their personal policy while generating money, they get into an accident, whether at fault or not, their insurance can be void and there is no coverage for the driver, passenger, and the third party. The owner of the vehicle can be sued. Either the company or the subcontractors need to have a CGL policy in place. This protects the subcontractor, the customer, and any third party damages. You need a business and commercial insurance policy on all vehicles used to generate money, general liability policy. Services like ours are considered high risk to insurance underwriters. We have had our fair share of struggles with insurance companies and getting insurance ourselves. At time, we were paying premiums as high as $5,000 a month to operate legally. Like any industry, there are rules and regulations to be followed to ensure the safety of the public. In speaking with current employees that have driven for other DD services in Edmonton, I have learned that they were hired as subcontractors in which they had to use their own personal vehicle with personal insurance to complete their job, as well as avoiding paying costs associated with ensuring they are operating legally and keeping the public safe. There is no protection for the drivers, subcontractors. We are asking the City of Edmonton to recognize designated driving services and implement rules and regulations to protect the City of Edmonton and surrounding areas. What we do is similar to Operation Red Nose, which just operates during the holiday season. We operate 365 days a year and charge for our service. When a client calls dispatch for a designated driver, we send a company vehicle out with 2 drivers to the client's location. One driver will get out and drive the customer home in the comfort of the client's vehicle. The company vehicle follows the client's vehicle, and at the end of the trip, they pay the driver for the service of getting their vehicle home. We ensure our client gets safely inside their home before driving away. Our driver then gets back into the follow car and proceeds to their next call. We do not carry passengers in the follow car. They must have a vehicle for us to drive, as we are not Uber or a taxi service. We do our best to continue keeping our roads safe, and our service doesn't mean you have to be under the influence of alcohol or recreational drugs. As we do pick up clients that had surgery, don't like driving at night, not feeling well, and so on. We have several safety measures in place. We have 6 designated driving services in Edmonton effective March 1st since the COVID-19 restrictions were lifted. We have driven over 30,000 vehicles home to make our city streets and highways safer. When Uber started operating in Edmonton, the Cab Association wanted them to have proper insurance to protect the public. I understand that other designated driving services don't want to be regulated, as the overhead cost is expensive with commercial insurance, general liability insurance, WCB, payroll remittance, registration, operating costs for an office, business license, fuel, and so on. Grand Prairie had the same issue with designated driving services pushing back. In the end, it's about the safety for public and the employees. We are the only designated driving service in Alberta that qualified for the wage subsidy and grants from both the provincial and federal government through the COVID-19 pandemic. We ask that you recognize a legal business model in the City of Edmonton as designated driving services are an essential service with a bylaw similar to that of Grand Prairie. With all designated driving service to be properly insured with business and commercial insurance and not using their employee or subcontractor's personal vehicle. Registration for their company vehicles.
I'm sorry, Mary, I'm gonna have to cut you off.
Sorry.
We hit the 5-minute mark there, but there'll be an opportunity here for questions. Now, we are now going to go to questions of our speaker, and I'll invite councillors to chime in. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much, Mary. I'm just wanting to get some clarity between your business and Operation Red Nose. Isn't Operation Red Nose just a volunteer donation based? So they aren't, the drivers themselves aren't actually drawing an income from it?
Correct.
Okay, so there is some difference there.
Operation Red Nose has been obsolete now for 11 years in the City of Edmonton, and it's stopped in the City of Calgary also.
And so you've been picking up that business then over the Christmas holidays, or
every day? Yes.
And so over the holidays and expanding. Okay. So I do understand. I grew up with my father operating an insurance agency out of our home, so I do understand the requirement for the business insurance. And I know that even some companies, if you're an employee and still using your vehicle for business use, you need to have that type of insurance on there. I guess to administration, Ms. Petrin, isn't that a risk?
I'm sorry, Councillor Wright, it's just questions to our speaker right now, then we'll do a round to administration.
Okay, all right. I think that's all I have for now then for the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. May, for sharing more about your perspective. I was wondering, you've obviously invested quite a bit to make sure that your business is meeting, high standards to deliver those services. Can you speak to a little bit of the sustainability of the sector and your business through the pandemic? I understand that prior to the pandemic, they started out with quite a number of companies, and now there's quite a few.
Yes, the other designated driving companies in Edmonton closed down. It's like back to, because their drivers were, how do I put this? The drivers were using their own vehicles and not being compensated, even though they were on call for 10 to 12 hours a day and they weren't making anything. Reason why we were able to qualify for everything and get through the pandemic is we operated as a company, right? Our employees were still paid, right? They used their company vehicles, right? And that's why we were able to survive the COVID-19 pandemic. Everybody else shut down. Like I said, as of March 1st, everybody reopened.
Yeah, so it sounds like, you know, a lot of these pieces that you're talking about isn't just, you know, it touches on, you know, road safety to prevent drinking and driving, for example, and workers, you know, like workplace safety or workers' rights.
Right.
So there's a few, and then also just sustainability of the business itself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When you looked at this report, there were three options. The administration is recommending, you know, the option number 3, which is kind of the current state. Do you have any thoughts around that? And do you have any thoughts around the other options?
The option that I would like to see, I do have an issue with that, leaving us the way we are right now. The problem is, though, is now that the pandemic, the restrictions have been lifted, more and more people are starting designated driving services, okay? And then they shut down. And it actually it hurts us because we charge by the distance. And when you have somebody that thinks that they can start a designated driving service and then just charge $40 anywhere in the city, it makes it harder on us also when we're doing everything legit. We're doing everything legal, okay? And it's very frustrating. Personally, what I would like to see is the same bylaws written in Edmonton like Grand Prairie has, right? Where you need the insurance, where you need, you know, the safety protocols in place. All of our cars are GPS coordinated. We know where our cars are. All calls come in through dispatch. I monitor. We have so many different safety protocols in place for our drivers. And I just get to a point that I get tired when I get complaints, whether it's a sexual harassment or whether it's, oh, you damaged our vehicle. It turned out wasn't even our company. It was another company. And it's very frustrating at being a business owner operating in the city of Edmonton to listen to all this all the time.
Right. So essentially, you know, you've done all you can to raise the standards of the sector and the business, and you like to see that apply to with others. Do you feel that there might be the unintended consequence of added red tape, and that become a barrier for people wanting to start a business?
This would eliminate, if bylaws were implemented like Grand Prairie, there won't be as many designated driving companies in the city of Edmonton that are operating illegally. That would stop.
Okay, thank you so much. That's
Thank
it.
you.
Hearing no further questions for the speaker, we now go to questions of city administration. So I'll open the floor. I know, Councillor Wright, you had one. Councillor Wright?
Yes, thank you. So I guess, Ms. Petrin, was it taken into consideration, the fact that most business use vehicles have to be insured for business use? I'm just trying to look at your considerations for number 3 to maintain the status quo.
Councillor Wright, yes, we had connected with the 2 business operators that are conducting designated driving services and recognized they are each demonstrating a high level of self-regulation, so that we didn't feel that there was an identified need or a gap for additional regulation at this time.
Okay, but if we are having new businesses coming into the system, then wouldn't we want to ensure that they're having the same standards being met as the existing ones are?
So any new businesses coming into the system as a designated driver would be required to get a business license. So,
but to maintain sort of the same standards as the business that Ms. Dumas represents, as far as, you know, they're getting their business insurance, they're getting their police checks already.
yeah, when it comes to police checks, that is, you know, a condition we can make as a requirement of a business license. When it's related to insurance, you know, there haven't been concerns with this industry in the past. The city does not require proof of personal or commercial vehicle insurance for business licenses in any other business category. And so that higher level of insurance that I'm hearing that's being provided are operational and a business decision. And so requiring proof of additional either personal or commercial insurance as a condition to obtaining a business license would be somewhat precedent setting. And maybe Ms. Jacobson, I don't know if there's anything further you'd like to add as it relates to insurance.
Thanks, Ms. Petrin. I would just echo the fact that these insurance requirements are mandated provincially. So you're absolutely correct. Adding something like a police information check is over and above what the law already requires. So that's something we can put in. But at this point, we generally stay away from repeating provincial law in our regulations of business to try to reduce that red tape on businesses to have to establish requirements twice.
So with it being a provincial, under provincial jurisdiction, then it would be incumbent on any new business then to ensure that they do have that commercial licensing. Is that right?
Absolutely. They'd be expected to follow all the provincial rules.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then just going back to the no fault insurance, is that going to pose any future risk?
That's very hard to say. At this point, there may be changes, but it's hard to say whether it will create any risk.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
I'm mulling over that response. I'll go to Councillor Tang.
I feel like it's just me and Councillor Wright today.
Yeah.
No one else has questions.
Yeah, you can't leave or we lose quorum, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess question to administration. I mean, I hear you that because there hasn't been such an issue, we don't generally kind of respond. But to me, isn't that a very, I guess, a reactive approach versus, being more proactive and thinking ahead?
So Councillor Tang, as it relates to insurance, we don't require other businesses to show proof of personal or commercial insurance. So again, for a business or a company, they may be providing enhanced insurance. That is their own operational or a business decision that they've made to provide or have that type of insurance. And so, and again, as Ms. Jacobson had noted, there's provincial responsibilities in terms of when you get in a vehicle that it should be insured. And so, from what we're observing in this industry, there's, from a safety perspective, there's the opportunity for requesting or requiring police information checks, which would be another step or an added cost as it relates to getting a business license. But when it comes to insurance, that's not something we would normally regulate.
Yeah, and I've noticed that in that option 1 there, you had mentioned that it will increase operational costs for the city to kind of add in some of those layers. Maybe it's not insurance, but police checks and whatnot. Do you have an estimate of like the impact on the budget and how much it will cost us?
I don't think I have a number per se, but it's just around, application requirements, updating processes, that sort of thing to ensure the checks and balances are in place. I'm maybe just going to look to the team if there's anything further we could add in terms of anticipated costs with new requirements.
I can add in that when we require PICs, we do circulate that to Edmonton Police. And so we would have to work with EPS to make sure that our basically contractor understanding of numbers that we circulate to them is updated, and there may be some additional costs on that end.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And then in your research, did you kind of take a close look at the Grand Prairie example that Ms. Dumais mentioned?
We did, and I believe it's captured in the jurisdictional scan. I guess to Ms. Peter, if there's anything further you wanted to add on the reflections or observations that we had in discussions there.
I don't think so. We did extensively study Grand Prairie. We were asked to look at that, and we did look at it and looked at our own requirements and how the industry is operating, which is what led us to the recommendations or the options that we put forward.
And what would you say are, would you say is like the key differences between the two cities that also operate under the same provincial legislation, say around insurance? That kind of led to, us not necessarily adopting that model.
I think it just kind of goes back to what Ms. Jacobson was saying, is that we try not to have overlap of jurisdiction, recognizing that that can create some challenges and it can be creating some red tape barriers as well. So I think that was perhaps a guiding principle for us as we move forward with this work.
That, cities create, I guess, bylaws and regulations based on different values and guiding principles. So I think that's key to flag. So thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, I guess just I'm contemplating a motion. I feel that generally the sector has been self-regulating, as you pointed out, Ms. Petrin. But I think in terms of the benefits to safety on the road, to ensuring strong business practices, I think there's value to maybe not necessarily go the route of the status quo. And that option one is more of the middle ground, perhaps from a more, I think the middle ground between the Grand Prairie case and the status quo. So I am contemplating that, but I want to see I don't know if the chair has any thoughts to offer, etc. Thank you.
So process-wise, there is no recommendation. The councillor would have to move a recommendation such as option one in order for us to proceed.
There's currently no motion on the floor. The recommendation is the report to receive the report for information. If a different motion would like to be put on the floor, it would be up to a committee member.
Right. Then, Councillor Tang, I look to you to, should we receive this with option 3 as is, or do you want to move your suggestion to move with option 1?
Yeah, actually, if in that case, I thought maybe you had questions, but yeah, I will be happy to put forward the motion that I've already sent over to the clerk, working with administration on exploring option 1. So I can read it out.
Yeah, could you read it out and introduce it? And it's up now.
Thank you. That Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that administration proceed with option 1 of the March 7th, 2022 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 00676, and amend the Business License Bylaw 20002 to create a new regulation that requires the designated drivers to obtain an annual police information check, due date to Q2 2022, and it's to City Council.
Clerk has confirmed receipt. They have it on the screen.
And I think, so maybe just clarification from administration, is it to City Council or to Community and Public Services Committee?
I would defer to the clerks, but I think the draft amendments generally come to committee first and then go to council. And if I could maybe add one other point to reflect a due date, maybe in Q3 or 4, if there, and then that way we can align business license renewals for 2023 with the new recommendation or the new changes and allow for time for communication on that.
Okay, I'm open to that.
Okay, do you want to add any other introductory comments?
Well, apologies. Yeah, I think just having kind of heard pretty extensively this issue, again, also new to this issue, and but I think there is a lot of value in making sure we, up our games so that we can improve safety when it comes to road, when it comes to other pieces as well. I think option 1, like I said, I think is a reasonable middle ground between adding multiple layers of regulations that might be redundant to the provincial legislation, and what is currently practiced with with the current practices. So for those reasons, I put this forward, and I'm interested just when it does come back in Q3. I'll be very curious about how it's going, and and I wanted to know if this will offer that kind of flexibility to adjust as we go, and of course to hear that sector or stakeholder feedback along the way.
Opening the queue now for other questions. Other questions? Seeing none, we now go to debate. Hearing none, would the mover like to close?
No, I think I'm good, thanks.
All right, then I'll look to the clerk to call the vote.
We have 4 votes.
Please display. That is carried with Councillor Cartmel, Jans, and Tang in favor. Opposed is Councillor Wright. Now we are back to the main motion. Are there any other subsequent motions? Hearing none, I do have an inquiry for later, but that's not germane at this time. I guess this item is closed and we move forward. Item 6.4, Revitalization Community Development Strategy, was accepted, so we're done there. And there are no private reports at this time. I guess then we go to notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Are there any? Nope. Hearing none. Can I ask inquiries? Or can I make an inquiry, or is that just at the beginning?
You can call for inquiries. I just want to confirm that we received it with 48 hours ahead of time as an inquiry.
I believe, let's see. I think it was written on Friday. As the acting chair, I would have, I guess, sent it to myself, but I believe the clerk.
And inquiries need to be in a specific format.
And was it not? You know what? I'm just going to call adjournment here, and I'll figure it out another time then.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your patience with me chairing. Safe travels home to Councillor Cartmel, and I will see many of you tomorrow for our next meeting at 1:30 p.m.